show where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors play Dungeons and Dragons, and we're happy to be back. We all had an awesome break, some good times away from the chaos of the city for some of us, and we're happy to get this ball rolling again. So we've missed you guys. In case you can't tell right now, we have some cool upgrades to the set, actually. If you want to have a look around real fast, the hardworking folks here at Geek and Sundry were awesome enough to go ahead and do this awesome set, and we're happy enough to have a guest here this evening, as Ashley Johnson is able to hang with us tonight before she goes and disappears again in New York.
Oh man, that's just
one of the main.
I just flew it in my eyes.
I just flew in.
I got plenty of space. We don't have space for you.
Hi guys.
We're just so lovely over here.
Wow, this looks amazing.
Yeah, the set upgrades are awesome. This is attributed to the awesome crew that put all this together over the break. So you guys did an awesome job. Give a big shout out to the Geek and Center crew. Yeah, and so for those who saw earlier tweets, we're pushing off Critmas till probably next week, just because we're all returning from break. We're all kind of getting back in the swing of things, and we're still trying to getting our bearings here. So so we'll be doing that next week. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and start off with some of our quick announcements as we wait for the illustrious Sam Riegel to find his way here.
Oh, that's
There was a clamoring from the fan base to extend the sale of the Critmas sweaters. Orders kept coming in, so we've extended it up to this point. However, I believe tonight, is it tonight?
Tonight is the last night.
Yes. The very last night to purchase your Critmas sweater. So if you haven't
gone forever.
Forever.
I lived in mine.
Yes, you did. Every time I saw you, you were wearing it.
It's like, this is what I want.
They're very soft on the inside.
They are. They're pretty awesome.
I have not seen a picture of my brother without his.
They're so comfy.
I'm so glad we've converted your brother into a dungeon master.
It's so adorable. I know. Oh, he's watching right now, and I just called him adorable. I feel so bad.
Love you,
And we
Alex.
found out your parents watch. We had no idea your parents
My parents
watched.
were like, yeah, no, we'll be there watching. I'm like, really? Like in Hawaii? In the middle of the jungle? Like, yeah, I guess we're critters. And I'm like, my parents are critters.
Critters?
They're-
I mean, Sam kind of plowed that pathway first, so Mom Lynn definitely the most active of the critter parents. But so, hi guys, if you're watching.
Hi, Mom.
We still have the awesome Wormwood Gaming thing they're providing for all you guys. They have their custom dice boxes and containment elements. And
The
awesome
code for free shipping is Crit Roll.
Crit Roll, one
Crit
word.
Roll.
Dang,
And the
I finally
shipping
get
is
to use mine.
free.
Ah,
So rad.
Yeah, you're the.
isn't that
you're
cool?
Nick, I think this is also technically yours too, Ashley. But
Yeah, that box is hers. It's a card deck.
spell
The card deck.
yeah, we put expansion pack spell cards in there
And poop.
Ooh, look at
that
that.
we can all use.
Poop is
Mostly poop.
It's just a lot of.
Mostly poop, but there are cards in there. It's kind of, yeah, you get to search for it.
It's collectible poop.
It's a form of foraging.
Nice dice going on.
From Scanlan.
Still picking.
Great. So yeah, Wormwood Gaming crit roll for free shipping. That's awesome. Thank you guys again for providing that for our awesome fan base. Also, I've just finally put up my final, outside of barring some horrible exploit that shows up months from now, my final update to the Blood Hunter class as of like 10 minutes ago. You can go to my Twitter. I think the link on the Geek and Sundry page isn't working. I think it still goes to the old PDF, but I have the link to the new PDF on my Twitter. Just put it up there shortly with a bunch of updates and with a link to the page that has all the kind of patch notes, if you will. So
And new art.
and new art from our fantastic artist Joma, who has done our poster and stuff, and he did an incredible job. He named the character Elias, and I think Elias the Blood Hunter is my new spirit animal. So thank you, Joma, for that. You're amazing. And go check it out and see if you're playing Blood Hunter. It's got some cool updates and I think some things you like. So, also, our artist Kit Buss put up today her first peek of our new character art designs. And
Put it all up.
It's all. It's not.
Oh, it's all up?
It's there.
She put it all up.
It's a full
Did a
peek.
group shot, and then she did this long row of each separate.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
I
so
haven't
cool.
seen that one yet.
Yeah,
I've
it's
been
pretty
towards-
remarkable.
Cool.
Go check that out.
Season 2.
Season 2.
art.
Action figures.
Yeah, I don't
every
know.
minute.
I don't know when this became season 2,
know,
but
but
apparently
it's
it's season 2 now. So season
I
2.
like it.
That's cool. So go check out Kit's art, and you get to see kind of the evolution of the Vox Machina outfits and designs.
I have poofy arms now.
I
I like my
You have
poofy
poofy arms?
I've got little poofy arms. They're great.
Which for
I've
the
got body paint.
Yeah, you do.
Ashy body paint.
yeah, I don't think this invalidates the previous designs either. This is just one of their various facets. So
More than one set of clothes. Come on.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, otherwise we'd all smell like grog. Ooh, burn.
Or compliments.
I wanted to put a thank you out there to the amazing community of critters that came together to do that Christmas art bomb. If those haven't seen it yet,
Oh god.
Liam here
Oh my gosh, that
collaborated
was amazing.
with a lot of you guys to put together an amazing gallery of Christmas and holiday themed Critical Role art, and it's really, if you haven't seen the gallery yet, highly recommended. You can find it on the website, but you are a rogue, sir.
Well, I love everyone in the room, and I love all of you watching. So thank you. It came out great. I was extremely happy. So were they. So were you. So win, win, win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one too many wins.
So much art.
The last bit of my announcements for the evening, I wanted to put another thank you out to the amazing Critter community. Thanks to you guys, even after Extra Life and everything that went on towards the end of the year, we were still able to donate an additional $5,000 to 826LA over the Christmas break.
Yeah!
Yeah.
So, they're looking forward to continue working with us. We're looking forward to continue working with them, as well as the many other charities that we put up as part of our Guide to Christmas page. But they're very thankful, and we're extremely thankful to have you guys being so active in giving back to the communities and helping, these wonderful opportunities for younger kids to express their imaginations and creative writing skills. So thank you guys for being so awesome.
Reading and writing is good.
It's important.
Is very
It's what you hear.
is good.
It's very impotent. Is that what you were?
Impotent. I've been told I'm very impotent.
Thank you for running with that.
We gotta get Grog on a side quest to
I'm
826LA.
you're very impotent to me.
Don't make it too hard.
Boom. Alrighty, so while we wait for Sam to arrive, let's go ahead and get into the game and some backstory
It's
for
so
you folks.
pretty.
Hello?
Just the panels behind
Oh,
us.
the-
I was just
Are you looking at the art?
Yeah.
I still haven't seen how the layout looks. I'm really
Yeah,
excited
it looks
for it.
good.
So, also, the guys who didn't notice, we've updated some of the models, and we have colors and a new camera setup. Hopefully, we're gonna be testing it out in the weeks to come for camera angles and stuff. So things might shift as it happens. But the color scheme on each of the characters' bases corresponds to their portrait order color, so it should be easier to distinguish who is who on the battle mat going forward. So hopefully that'll be helpful. All right, let's get into the thick of it. So, last we left off, Vox Machina had finished an extensive, dangerous, tension-filled adventure to the city of Whitestone, the historical landscape that Percival grew up in, to take down the Briarwoods, two husband and wife team who had been responsible for ruling it with an iron fist for 5 years, doing a series of atrocities and seemingly preparing a ziggurat or an ancient temple beneath the city for some unspoken deity that the party then discovered to be an individual referred to as Vecna. They defeated the Briarwoods, managed to help the rebellion of the people of Whitestone retake their town, and help them set up, prepare, and have their first Winter's Crest Festival in 5 years since they were taken by the Briarwoods. There was much game playing and eating contests and polymorph bears and very, very fun adventure with an exchange of gifts and some fun moments. And the party, as we return now, the festival over, a few days past, begin to put their affairs in order to return back to Emon and what their next order of business is. So, picking up from there, it's been a few days since the Winter's Crest Festival is finished, and most of the decorations, as quickly put together as they were given the circumstances, still loosely hang around the city as a reminder of the first real beacon of positivity in the city's history in a while. The town's much more lively, as people are less afraid to walk out into the streets during the day, and it's kind of like watching it really come to life over these past few weeks.
Same there. Subtle.
Gonna go ahead and get a scan then. Grog wouldn't be paying attention anyway, it's fine.
Squirrel.
It's true. It's very true.
So you've sent off word to Allura in Emon regarding the strange black dot that stands at the top of the ziggurat, and letting her know of the circumstance, and heard back from her that it seems that.
Smooth.
Well done, sir. Well done. Well done. And welcome back, Sundry.
Where am I?
I know, it's so magical.
What's going on? Oh my god, Ashley's here! Oh my god, you're here! Okay, sorry, you were recapping.
That's okay. Where was I? Yes. Okay. So, with the town being sent where it is, you sent word to Allura Vysoren. She's going to gather a few friends and investigate the ziggurat and see what the nature of this lingering magic is. However, there still stands the part of returning to the council and proving your innocence, amongst other loose threads you wish to pursue. What would you like to do?
Well, we have all that awesome proof.
I
right?
think we need to head back to Emon.
It's like 80 proof.
Yeah.
Do we have proof? What do we
Like
have?
Everclear proof. We have all of the documents that you took from the Briarwoods
Sure.
stuff in Whitewall. Plus, we have,
Physical? Do we have any, someone who can back up our testimony? Do we need to bring any?
the new rulers.
Well,
yeah.
they're not going to come with us, are they?
They could write a
Well,
letter.
we got Percival.
yeah.
He's kind of in charge.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Well,
I
know
feel like
that,
they'll
but
see that as a conflict of interest.
That's fair. Well, we can.
Should we bring someone along to corroborate our story?
What
Someone.
about, I know someone needs to mind the store here in town, but Cassandra was in their pockets for a long time. And then what about Father, Yenin?
We could have them write a letter and we can seal it, and then it would be official.
Let's do that.
Make sure that they notarize it and all that good stuff.
Governments function on paperwork. People have to take this seriously.
That's right.
All right.
Don't mock
They
me,
can't
dear
very
God.
well arrest Percival when he's royalty now.
I've grown a beard and everything.
Technically royalty.
Yes, look at that
Well,
beard.
now he's rich royalty.
We have money now.
Do we? How much money do we have?
It depends on what we want.
Whitestone.
Depends on what we want.
Can't bankrupt the treasury or anything, but I'm sure that we can dip.
50,000 gold?
Don't put a number on family.
Flying carpet gold?
That's actually a very good question.
Shall we go get a letter and we go back to Emon to
A
clear our
letter?
name? Yeah, right.
That's our evidence?
I mean, I have a head.
All right,
Plus
fine.
all of the documents that you found. You remember?
All right,
You
all right,
have
all
them.
right.
Actually,
Documents,
paper
we've got
trail,
the
paper trail.
word.
That's a really interesting idea.
What?
Is there anybody in town who could re-enchant our carpet?
Well, he said it would take a year.
Who are you talking to?
We need to have a Laura work on that.
From what
I'm
you,
asking the Yellow Pages.
Yes. As far as you know in your experience in the town, there were two main sources of individuals that had focused on enchanting items. One of which, their abode or their shop had been collapsed and they were no longer seen.
Touché.
The other one had apparently been acquired by the Briarwoods to aid them in the construction of the ziggurat, and you met his daughter, and he
Nice.
never turned up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can wait till we get back to Emon and have Gilmore do it.
We'll talk to them and see what's possible. That's
Oh,
very
we can't ask
interesting.
Allura to do it. We stole the carpet from her in the first place.
That's a good point.
That would be a very bad move, I think.
No, we could just say somebody stole it from her, we stole it from them, we were trying to return it, it fell in acid.
But then what? We wouldn't get it back.
But she fixes it. Oh, here's a
Somebody else
gift
stole
for...
it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like
for
it.
recovering the rug. It makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, to be fair, she was just using it as a rug.
Right.
I mean,
Right?
Yeah, that seems like a really expensive rug.
maybe it was, she
Really
was keeping it
expensive rug.
secret. Keeping it safe.
Oh, jeez.
All right, forget it. Let's just
No.
go.
I'm gonna craft that thing that I've been wanting to craft. So that we
Okay,
talked about.
so for the past few days. Okay. So as you guys are all preparing the circumstance over these next few days, you've gone into your original workshop, which is a little more ramshackled than the one you have back in Emon that was built for you. This was just kind of the one that you had pieced together while you were growing up in Whitestone. I would like for you to go ahead and make a tinkering check, if you don't mind.
Plus, we had them send word to Uriel. Remember, we had them send a letter to Uriel explaining
did?
all of the wonderful things we did. Yes, I talked to him.
For the game.
Shut up!
So?
Snitch, dude.
Not well. Bad face.
Can I use my resolve?
That's a saving throw. Unfortunately, that's not a skill check.
Damn it. 11.
Adversity is
11.
hard.
This is to craft the
Well, I'm doing the whole kit and caboodle, but
right the entire thing.
well, I mean, if I can break it up into chunks, then that would
What
be.
thing?
Are you okay?
Taking it apart. I'm gonna take it apart. I'm going to put it back together. I'm gonna add the fifth barrel.
Okay.
What?
You managed to pull apart over the period of a few days Ripley's pistol. You take aspects of white stone and residuum dust as well as residuum glass and begin to reconstruct it based on its elements in a much more refined and a much more, Percival practiced method.
You're very kind.
You attach the fifth barrel, the one that you intend to be used to deliver short-range explosives, and it seems to fit together.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's nothing fancy, and a little part of you goes like, it's rattling a little when you shake it in your hand, but
Can I give it a once over just to?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh boy. Okay.
No, this be investigation. Make investigation.
Investigation.
This is more of a
I
thorough.
hate you.
There's a little
Sorry.
rolled
The
up
difference
flag
between those
pop
rolls
out
are really
that says
impressive.
one on it.
That's where intellect plays off, guys.
Whoa. Okay, I'm just gonna point out that I just rolled my die before the game started and rolled a natural 20 on my first roll.
That's true.
5.
Okay.
Oh no.
2016, bitch.
Pretty solid. You think it would be wise to take additional materials with you as you leave, just in case.
Oh yeah.
You want to build something else, but this seems functional.
I've got all the some bits of everything. I'm gonna definitely. I've learned my lesson.
So in theory, going forward, the gun does function, but every misfire number is increased by 2.
Oh.
So that gives me a 3 and
A misfire of 3 on the pistol, and what is now a misfire of 5 with the fifth barrel.
That'll be funny.
Yeah.
Jason
Oh, I also
Pierre
have to make
Paul.
some ammo for it since it's individual ammo.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
should I just roll for that?
Well, for the ammunition for that, we need something a little more specific. We'll get to that right now.
Okay.
With the time you have at this point, you've just managed to finish that before you guys are ready to
Done.
go.
Cool.
Cool. All right. So
Fuck, it seems legit.
what's the intent, guys?
So we're heading back to Emon. But we did send a letter ahead.
You sent a letter notifying them of what has happened, that White Stone has been freed.
And remember I said make sure to tell them how Vox Machina saved the day and how wonderful we are. And
Correct.
he said yes, he would do that.
As far as you know, it's been sent.
So all the messages, that was because I sent word out to Gilmore as well. We haven't heard anything back from anyone. It's too soon, yeah?
It's been pretty soon since all that. That was just a few days ago. in
I
White
also
Stone.
think I probably sent a letter to Pike just to let her know that it was safe and we survived everything.
Okay.
You know, and
you-
she would have been at Winter's.
It was hard thinking of an address in Vasselheim that would reach her, but you did your best to conjecture, and you attempted. So we'll see if it finds its way.
Maybe it worked.
All right. So how you guys getting back to Emon?
On our horses that we own. Do we own horses?
They were eaten by harpies.
Yeah.
About that.
Let's go buy some horses.
Hey,
On the
you have
harpies that
horses
we own.
On the harpies that we
Got to, right? They have horses.
There
here.
are a couple liveries here that do sell, aside from keeping the horses of the actual guard.
I mean, do we get
didn't mean for that,
horses by now? For
Yeah,
being,
I mean,
awesome?
Percival, you have the run of this place.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that I can
Finagle
use some family
horses.
connections to finagle a
Yeah,
few horses.
I'd say you're looking at probably about 5 to 6 days travel on horseback to get back to Emon.
Is there a faster way?
There's no teleportation circles in there.
No, they don't have one.
Can't you walk
I-
us through an oak tree?
Can. Yeah.
Yeah, walk through an oak
actually.
tree.
Yeah.
All of us?
She's
As
got
long
a
as
thing.
we all jump within 6 seconds.
What happens if we don't?
We're left
Well, it's
behind.
one round.
Yeah, it's
so
not
you
it's
take
not
your turn
it's
to
not a
go.
challenge really.
It's not a
Like
challenge.
it's a very short time period. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
We have an instant teleportation as the worst case scenario.
And where does it take us?
Home to our keep.
The tree
Sounds
in our
crazy.
About it.
Can we always just
We will
use
actually,
this?
in theory, beat the letters that we sent. That's okay. We have proof.
But it's coming. It's on the way.
I don't
Snail
know
mail.
if we should be the
So wait,
letters.
you can
We'll
just
have
zap
proof.
us anywhere in the world?
We could just get another
I have
letter
a
and take it
6th level
with us.
spell called teleportation.
Yeah, we're getting
via
another
friends.
letter.
Where as long as I've seen the
It's chaotic
tree
right
before,
now.
we can walk from tree to tree.
We're getting another
Yeah,
letter.
give
Getting another letter.
We take it with
Sealed, so
Okay.
it looks like we didn't tamper with it.
Signed,
Okay.
sealed,
Easy,
delivered.
easy enough. You get it signed by Keeper Yen, and you get it signed by Cassandra.
Cassandra.
It's sealed. It's fine.
Everything's good here for when we go, Percival. Your sister and everyone keep a what's his butt. Everyone's
If
good. to
anything
take care of?
anything goes wrong, we'll hear about it, and we can come back.
What's going on with the spinning black cube? Are we okay?
Isn't Allura like on her way here? Aren't a lot of people like on their way here?
Yeah, where's
I'm so
Allura?
confused.
That's true, wasn't Allura on her way?
What happened in 2015? Just the whole way through. Start from the beginning.
It's been a year.
Okay.
Well, first there were the dinosaurs.
Yes. Yes.
Haven't played since last year.
Last year we were told Allura is coming with a couple of companions to investigate the ziggurat.
Okay.
There was no indication that you were required for that, nor could you really aid in that, given
Okay.
your experience in
Speak for yourself.
Cool.
well, your vast understanding of arcane elements in the history of magic should come in handy.
And Dresvina, right? He's
I do
coming
love black
too. We sent
holes.
a notice to him.
Dresvina.
Not
Oh.
Dresvina,
No,
not
no,
Dresvina.
not Dresvina.
That's in the way back machine.
Shush.
I haven't seen Dresvina in about a year
We
and a half.
said
That
shit.
dickhead.
I really. Where
Talking
am
to
I?
Emperor dude?
No.
Victor,
Where'd all my-
the powder guy.
Are you
No.
looking for the notes that you don't take?
I take notes.
Hey,
Someone.
Ivan from the
Sense
other
it.
show. Or do you mean Ivan from the show?
I'm gonna
before
find
this
his
Happy New
name.
Year,
Don't you
folks.
guys worry, and then I'm gonna bring it right up.
All right.
show? She's the brains leader.
Can we go get that other fucking letter, please?
We got it.
We got it.
Yeah,
We got
you
it.
acquired it. It didn't take much time. It's just a quick
And,
little-
like-
oh, certainly, yes.
Theoretically, they were trying to keep Allura from us anyway, so it's not like she can help us in Emon. Right?
I just
So
say
we can go home.
Let's go home. Let's
Let's
see
go
what
home.
happens.
Let's go.
Let's hop in a tree.
Let's hop in a tree. What?
I'm just gonna say, here's what we don't know. If we beat the letters home, if we try to walk up with a letter, we should send someone to them with a letter, because probably Uriel came to his senses once Silas was
Defeated?
hit with some dicks.
Well, we can't go find that boy you abused in Amon and have him send the letter?
Who?
That little kid you smacked around and wanted to
He's
join.
long gone, man. I don't know where he
Kynan.
is.
He's probably back drawing pictures of you on the city walls and crying.
Fridge, get in line. But I don't think we want to walk up ourselves just in case. I mean, we should send somebody.
We'll
Next
head
Banksy.
home. We'll send our butler to go send. You know.
He's
Fine.
senile and gentle. They'll be kind.
Yes, they'll be very wonderful to him. I can't find it.
All right, well, let's jump through.
All right,
All
let's
those
go.
pages are
Well,
blank.
we technically already have a letter coming, and we'll have a letter in hand.
Yep.
Maybe
Right.
we need more letters.
It'll be fine.
You also need to remind you that you have a prisoner in the bottom of Grayskull Keep that is a survivor of the Briarwood.
If he's still alive.
Oh.
Yeah, you haven't checked in.
He
Yeah,
could be of a
We don't know.
We'll find out as soon as we get there.
At least he'll be going home to a very nice surprise.
I got one gold piece he's turned to kibble.
No.
Yeah, I hope our keep's still there.
Hey, before we go, can I shit scry?
To see our keep to
Must
make sure
you?
it's not on fire?
Yeah,
That's not a bad
sure.
idea. Let's do it.
Can
All of
I?
you who are tuning in for the first time, I'm going to give you no context.
I'm gonna concentrate really hard on my bowels.
All right, and as you
to
close
see
your
if I
eyes,
can see anything.
Role play this, Sam.
as you
Okay.
close,
Has there been any movement?
Fiber. No movement yet.
as you concentrate and close your eyes, you take a moment to connect with that one moment in Grayskull Keep, above the kitchen where you had left your last present.
It's a gift to the world, really.
This being relatively early morning on this part of the countryside, you do look in and you see that there is part of a breakfast being cooked for whoever's running the guard time portion that part of the morning. Currently, nothing else catching your attention.
Breakfast
We
is
can make it
being
in time for
cooked.
breakfast.
Seriously.
All right.
You guys want some pancakes?
Bet they
Let's
got
go.
some
Let's
deep
go jump
fried
through a
French
route.
toast being
You
made.
do see Lena in there kind of walk in and start cooking up some more stuff, and then she
And
walks back out.
Doesn't look like she's bleeding from the eyes.
No,
or
she looks to be quite healthy and quite jovial, whistling a little tune, though you can't hear it so well.
Eskel Darian was the one I was thinking of.
There you go, Eskelvine Darian. That's the
Thank
one,
you.
yeah. The
I kept notes.
the Archmage in Westrun.
Those notes are written on her Pathfinder sheet, still tucked in.
That'll come in real handy. All right, great.
How do we do this, Keyleth? And more importantly, how do we do it so that
The bear doesn't come with us.
The bear will probably be able to come with us.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Pick a fat tree.
Pick a fat tree.
Well, we have a really big fat tree right in the middle.
After all
We
that
do.
tie, Trinket's a little wide in the haunches.
He
looks good.
Oh, wow.
He can fit through the sun tree, right?
The Sundry is definitely a large enough tree to create the portal in which you can step through. Yeah.
Let's use the sun tree.
Yeah, get in there.
All right. So the rest of you guys gather towards the center of the town square in the middle of Whitestone. You approach the sun tree, and Keyleth, you step forward.
And I say, hey, Boo. I'll see you soon.
The tree silently fist bump you through its arcing.
You be good. You take care of you, man.
You hear a voice whisper in the back of your mind, "You too, girl." As you reach out,
You're the best tree of all time.
Tolkien would be proud, man.
I think so. I think he would.
Tolkien would be proud.
As you trace your fingers across the surface of the sun tree, its large, curled boughs now starting to sprout remnants of what looks to be fresh leaves. Where your fingers trace, the bark itself seems to glow with a bright, vibrant yellowish-orange color. As you create a full oval shape that would fit most of your party, suddenly there's a sucking sound, and it's like the bark is pulled into a distant doorway, and what you can see, it's almost like someone carved a tunnel through the sun tree that traverses for about 30 or so feet.
It's like cartoon physics.
Essentially.
Yeah, we should go like soon, though, right?
Jump.
Now.
Zoom.
All of you guys come walking through, and it is a short-term tunnel. Immediately you can see the other side of it, and as you step through, you can already feel behind you the entrance closing. As you push through with Trinket and Grog pulling up the rear, you can feel the actual tunnel kind of closing behind you as you step through. All of you come bursting out of the other side of one of the trees that is currently planted inside the Temple to Sarenrae within Greyskull Keep. And as you all kind of gather yourselves and hear the closing sound of the doorway closing behind you, you glance about and can see all the stained glass, the rose bushes that are well kept. There are a series of small wooded benches that are placed in a pattern, and behind you, you see currently wiping down the stone on the front of the temple is in plain clothes, kind of sleepy-eyed, currently woken up, Pike.
Oh!
Pike!
Hi!
What are you doing?
Why are you sleeping outside? You have a bed upstairs.
No, I do. I couldn't sleep.
What?
I thought you were in Vasselheim.
How long have you been here?
So many questions.
So, when you had heard that the party was going to Whitestone, you were already in fear of what may lie there, knowing the history of Percy's past and kind of hearing bits here and there. You came to try and catch them before they left, but by the time you came to Emon, they had already been there for quite some
You've been
time.
scrying to us the whole time for me. I've tried. Yes, yes.
Why didn't you say anything?
I didn't think to say anything.
There was no
because
time.
I
There was no
didn't-
time. We were in
I had
battle.
so much to
We
do.
literally
were
kicked it for a
taking-
weekend and went to a festival. We
I
could have
know.
come back.
I know, but work needed to be done. Work needed to be done.
So thoughtful, Pike. Oh, my best friend. She's so thoughtful.
Don't crush her.
So you guys made it out.
Yeah, thanks to you. You didn't probably, we saved it. Did you feel our bag of dicks that we did? Were you aware of that? Our bag of holy light dicks?
What?
That was, sort of an out of context thing.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds pretty fascinating.
We killed, me and you sort of teamed up and we killed Lady Briarwood.
Of course she
by-
knows it.
by
Oh
me.
yes, how could I forget?
Well, I didn't know how aware you were because your connection was fuzzy.
Fully aware.
All right.
Fully aware of the bag of dicks.
That was awesome.
I just totally spaced.
Yeah, no, that was awesome.
Oh man.
Who taught you the phrase bag of dicks?
I read it in a book.
Oh, God.
Hi.
Bag of Richards.
Bag of Richards.
Yes.
Have you seen the prisoner here? There's a prisoner here.
You haven't actually. In the time you've been here.
No, I haven't. I've just been I've been cleaning. I've just had such a need to clean.
We actually need him for something. You want to come see him?
Yeah.
Yeah, we protect him. Let's go.
go.
And we run down.
Okay. As you guys head out of the temple, it leads you into the main foyer area. Stepping out into the foyer, you immediately hear a loud metal clang. Clang, 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 in the hallway around to your right.
So my armor just falling apart.
And you all kind of immediately stop for a moment, and
Hello? What was that?
you hear some other rustling down the edge of the hallway.
Are we on the top floor or the down where the...
You guys are in the foyer, the main temple
Pike?
in the base floor.
Stay here. I'll take care of this.
Are you sure?
I was born sure.
Okay.
I go forth to investigate.
Okay, make stealth check.
As he walks down the stairs, I call out, "Don't get caught, shithead."
Stealth?
Yes.
18.
Okay. As you come around the corner into the main central hallway of the foyer, you can see there is, to the right is the dining room area. That's closed, and you can smell the breakfast being cooked in the kitchen that's far down to the right of the hallway. To the left is the arcane laboratory. The door is currently ajar, and you hear the rustling from the inside.
Oh, someone's going through our shit.
I'm going in there to investigate, and I'll try to... You know what? I'll go invisible first, and then I'll creep in.
Okay. All right. So your image dissipates and vanishes. As you tiptoe up and peek around the corner of the doorway, you can see now there's a few small metallic instruments that have fallen to the ground, and you see a familiar humanoid, red dragon scaled individual who is currently picking up this confounded thing and puts it into a bag and starts tying it up and is currently packing up the laboratory.
I drop my invisibility and go over and give Tibbsy a big hug.
Out of nowhere, he and pushes you away and grabs the staff and spins around.
It's me! It's me! Little, yellow, different, me!
You mustn't sneak up on a stormwind like that.
Sorry, it's been so long and we've been through so much without you. I was overcome, I'm sorry. Friends, it's all right. Pike, I cleared the danger.
Hi, Tibbs.
Okay, as you guys kind of walk in, you see Tiberius seems both surprised and kind of keeping a composure element to him, keeping his chin high. Says, greetings and salutations. I'd hoped I'd see you before heading out.
Heading out?
Heading what?
I've spent a few weeks in Draconia and trying to secure aid for us in Whitestone.
Are you from Draconia?
Indeed, I am. But over these past few weeks, I've been continuously balked by my father. By the time I had given up and aimed to join you, word found me of your victory. Thus, I instead remained here in Emon. I've had some time to think. Being here on my own for the better part of a week now, I consider you all friends and fine warriors. Mostly. And I've enjoyed our travels together. And I've learned much, and for that I thank you sincerely. However, my diplomatic mission has fallen to the wayside these recent months, and while my personal mission to recover these artifacts has grown stagnant. As proven by my time in Draconia, I have still yet to gain the respect of my family. And I feel that the path of Vox Machina and the path of Tiberius Stormwind haven't been aligned for some time. And hearing about your victory with the Stormwind, that's me. Your victory with the Briarwoods made me think that while I was sure that you all needed me to protect you, I may have underestimated you all. Perhaps you are quite capable without a Stormwind. And perhaps I am more capable of my own pursuits without distractions. I respect you all very deeply.
and hope to continue to hear of your exploits across Tal'Dorei. But I think it is time.
He takes his staff and smacks it on the ground and picks up his bag of things.
I think it is time this Dragonborn carved his own path.
You must leave immediately.
Oh, I've been packing for a few days. As you've known.
I go up and hug him. And, say, what would you like us to tell Uriel? I know they are, wanting you in court.
The politics of these strange human kingdoms don't really affect me. At least I figure you've got this taken care of, and you'll speak in my name, of course, right?
Of course.
Of course. So, don't mess that up.
Of course not, darling.
By the time they'd even come to find me, I'm sure the name would be cleared.
I come up behind my sister and I take him by the hand and I say, Tiberius, your friendship was always valued here. I don't think we'd be standing here without you.
That's true.
I will never forget you.
As I shall never forget all of you.
And you can see for a second there's a little tear kind of cresting in his nose, and he kind of like,
dust me. You know how that goes.
He kind of looks around, takes a moment.
Is there any, speaking as a man who has also had a romantic interest in ladies before, are there any romantic messages you'd like to me to pass on for you or to anyone in this town or others?
You? No.
Turns to Keyleth and takes Keyleth and goes,
if you see her, tell Alora I'm sorry. And she's always welcome to visit me in Draconia.
I will. Bye, Tipsy.
And give him a hug.
he kind of pats you on the shoulder.
I'm very terrible at goodbyes. So,
He kind of steps back.
goodbye.
Kind of flicks his wrist, and you can see a already prepared teleportation circle in the room flash with blue runes as his image, waving towards you, scatters into nothing. The runes die down to a cold, magicless circle.
Safe travels, Stormwind.
Well, shit.
Said the shits.
Did he leave us anything? What?
Come on. Maybe we should check his room just in case.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, we have a prisoner downstairs, though.
Oh, God,
Yes.
that's right.
Yes.
We run down to the prison cell.
I stay in and walk around his room a little bit.
Okay. As the rest of you head down, you find your way to the basement where your workshop is, and there, sitting in a chair, currently eating a small steel platter breakfast, is Jarrett, who looks up immediately as you walk in.
Good morning to all of you. It has been quite some time since we've spoken. I'm glad to see that you're well and in one piece.
Everything here has been fine. And he kind of points back to, you can see on the bed that was dragged down into the prison cell. Oh no, I think it was actually dragged away.
Back up.
See within the cell is the small boy from Whitestone, who's also now eating off of his own small platter as well, and his eyes kind of light up, mouthful of eggs. He seems to be fine and in good health.
Any other attacks on the castle while we were gone?
Yes, how did you fare?
There were no other attacks as far as I know. We kept a very, very close eye, and for a while we had to find elemental protector from help here from Lady Keyleth.
Yes, how did that work? Just curious, because he was kind of a test run.
Yeah, very unsettling, to be perfectly honest.
Good. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with haphazardly tethered creatures from other realms. It historically has gone very poorly, so it was good to know that nothing bad terribly happens.
Awesome.
However,
Gotta
it is,
Well, the good news is we can let you go. You're free and clear. The Briarwoods will not be a problem anymore, and Whitestone is rather pleasant at the moment.
No, he's not free and clear.
He's got to come with us.
Part
to
of
that's
the-
right.
Testify.
I suppose there is that matter of testifying.
I come down the
But
stairs.
we can do that. We can open the cell at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, why
there's
is
no
he still
more
in the why is he still in that cell?
For his own
For its
protection.
own protection, but that's hardly
Right.
a matter.
That
anymore.
moment is
Remember,
past.
we were gonna let him stay in the guest room, and then he was like, "I want to stay there."
Got it. Huh?
I was thinking Jarrett steps aside and starts opening the cells. The boy finishes swallowing his eggs and kind of sits up.
Yeah, he was
Boy, what was your name again?
Waiting to see if she has in her notes.
Well,
Fine,
I
don't
mean,
talk.
I'll find
I've
it.
got it somewhere.
It's in my old notebook.
It's always fun. Always fun to test them.
Shit stain.
I mean, I asked you a direct question,
On the ground, there's a
but
shit
that's all
stain.
right.
His name is.
His name was
Begins-
Lola.
If I recall, it
Simon.
begins with the D.
Girl.
Dante.
Simon? No.
Dimitri.
No.
Damien.
Colin.
Dingleberry.
Quent.
Darren.
No.
Dane. Dylan.
Kane?
Topher.
Matthew Mercer.
Topher?
Technically.
What, it is
No,
No,
it was
it's
not
supposed
Topher.
Dubert.
Earthbreaker Groon.
Did you say Pubert?
Arbiter Graham.
Kynan.
Ben Klaus.
Dale.
Anemone
Dirk.
T.
Kynan. Son of
Desmond.
Harold the Butcher.
I really have to reevaluate my life.
Desmond.
Oh, that's right, brother.
I knew one of you wrote it down.
Desmond, I had it right here,
Desmond.
written
Desmond.
right there, Desmond.
I don't.
And Desmond
Right,
come up
everything
with
is
it.
all
So it's over.
smiley face.
My wits are no more.
Yes. All taken care of.
And you visually see a weight off his shoulders. He seems to shrink almost 3 inches from the just full exhale of his body, and kind of a little bit of tears well up in his eyes. He goes, Whitestone, does it still stand?
It's beautiful
Aye.
and growing.
I can't wait to get back.
Desmond, dear,
Yes.
before you do, could we ask a small favor of you?
Of course. You've kept me safe. You saved me.
Would you mind
Most of me.
speaking on our behalf to Emperor Uriel? Emperor?
Yeah.
Sovereign Uriel?
Either way.
That'd be great. That'd just be wonderful.
Of course, I'd be
friend.
happy to. It'd
Thank
be my
you.
pleasure.
And you can, come out of the cell and eat with us now.
Great. And he goes and off the little stone slab there. He pulls his platter, which is already half eaten, and kind of eagerly walks up, holding it with you, kind of expectantly.
Oh, right now? Sure, let's go then.
Oh, here, let me carry your plate for you, and I'll start eating his food.
Okay. He doesn't notice. He's too excited. You guys make your way back up to the dining room area, and it's at that time that you see from down the hall, Lena turns around the corner. Goes, Pike! Oh, goodness
I know, there's
me!
more
Look,
of us
everyone's returned. That's wonderful. It's so good to see all of you.
Good to see you too.
You've kept the house in order. Good job,
I've
thank
done my
you.
best.
Yeah?
I'm so excited to see that you're all well. You don't look very well fed. I can fix that. Come on this way.
Brilliant.
I've just
Brilliant.
got to make a little bit more, but first course is coming. Please, please. And she opens the doors and leads you guys in the dining area. You all sit down. Desmond joins you, and she comes back and begins to prepare the rest of the meal for you over the next half hour or so. And well, you dined on some really, really fine Whitestone food while you were enjoying the fruits of the Winter's Crest Festival. It is nice to have a home-cooked meal, and it's been a
Traditional
while.
Emon breakfast.
Yeah.
Eggs, baked
Eggs,
beans.
Yeah, fried tomato.
Yeah.
Blood sausage.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Huevos
So
rancheros.
good.
You dick.
All right. So you finished your meal. What is your next order of business?
Oh no.
What's today? What day is it?
Are there days of the
Are
week?
there days of the week? What is a weekend?
There's days of the week.
What is this world?
Is it a work day?
How does time work here?
There are days of a week. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it because I'm working on it. This question hasn't really arisen before, and I probably should figure that out.
Here's
It's
question.
the equivalent. It's the equivalent of a Thursday.
It's always Thursday.
It's the realm of
So
Thursday.
it's not hump day, but we're not quite waiting for the weekend yet.
Hump day.
Right. Oh, Grog, by the way.
Shit.
Do you think I'd forget?
I'll throw him a gold coin.
Thank you.
What's that for?
I thought
you bet.
Kibble would be dead,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he's
yeah.
alive.
Who?
Kibble.
Desmond.
Oh.
Desmond.
Oh. Oh, Desmond.
Deadsman.
You call him
Huh?
Kibble.
Yeah, Kibble.
Oh, we were just saying how well you look.
Okay.
Yeah, keep eating Kibble.
He just continues
If
finishing.
he dies, you don't get the gold coin back.
How is his hand doing?
Missing.
Miss.
I mean, is it okay? There's no gangrene?
No, it was properly dressed and has been changed as time went on while you guys were
Pike.
gone.
Oh,
Pike saw to it
No,
after
Pike didn't
she
know he was
arrived.
here.
He was-
Pike
Yeah.
is...
That's
She was cleaning.
unfortunate.
She didn't go downstairs.
I didn't. I just
There's no
didn't
reason to
think
go in the
down
basement.
there.
But there it is, right in front of you, all red and swollen and kind of gross.
No, it's fine.
Is
So,
it?
How's his hand? How's your hand, Desmond?
Can you do this? Can you do this, Desmond?
Do this?
Yeah.
Oh,
crying into his eggs.
Oh, no.
that's me.
Terrible.
I know. Him and little boys, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Desmond was like a teenager. Is
Happy
he?
New
How
Year.
young is he?
Yeah, I
know
did too.
he's like close to 18, 19.
Oh,
Impressionable. Formative years
Of age.
of age.
Is his hand gone?
He's ready
Or
for a
what?
tumble.
It's missing most of his fingers, and a large part of the upper part of the hand is missing. Yeah, it's bandaged over, and like he's still able to kind of use part of the thumb, and it's
I had a really bad day.
Yeah,
I
I
had a
can-
Can I
really
try
bad
doing
day.
a little healing?
You were
on his
possessed.
hand?
I was possessed by an evil smoke
wall.
demon.
Okay.
sure.
Might as well get the dice rolling.
Oh, Pike! Everyone stand back.
What's happening?
My lady is going to do something.
She's going to try and undo
Just
some of my
yes.
poor decision making.
Let's just do a. Let's. What?
Can you
what
grow back
happened?
his digits?
No, I don't think so.
What happened?
Tell
Yeah,
the
what
truth.
happened, Percy?
That's a good question.
I think Whitestone owes this boy a little coin.
I would agree.
Whoa.
Oh.
Perhaps send him. I will
Well,
send
let's
him
after his testimony.
Yes.
Should it
Actually,
prove to be valuable?
How much coin did we pull out of the treasury?
You won't tell
at
us.
Whitestone?
How about I give him one
How
of the
about we
expensive...
don't talk about this in front of other people?
I could give
I
him
was-
one of the expensive bottles of wine.
How about I send him with a letter making
Coin.
sure that he
Is well-
employed.
I think that is a beautiful,
We
beautiful
should solve
gesture.
all of our
Yes.
problems with letters from now on.
People would just learn. No, never mind.
Percival, coin.
No.
Yes.
How
Percival
about
is a
after the testimony? He hasn't fulfilled his duties. yet.
Fine. Fine.
I'm not sure what the price tag on a.
Can I try lesser restoration?
Somewhat higher than
Not
zero.
do anything.
Yes.
Why don't you just try greater?
Restoration is more of a
I mean, we're not fighting.
restoration is more of a removal of impairments to them on like a whole level, as in like curses, charms, things that affect their body and mind wholly. Like that. What you're looking for is more of a very minor regeneration, which I would allow to a very small extent with a high-powered heal.
You just blow in his
greater
thumb.
restoration.
and
I
all
mean,
the
you
fingers
grew
go-
one of Liam's
I
Vax's
know.
toes back.
That took a
Greater
long
restoration.
time.
Yeah,
A
but
long
we
time.
really care about Vax, and this guy kind of will look down at his hand and remember the time that he worked for some shitty vampires. We leave it be.
What do you want to do, Bite?
Has he stabilized?
I
Is he
want to just
stable?
try healing him a little bit.
Okay. So, what level cure wounds do you want to do?
Disturbed by how much I'm agreeing with Grog these days. It's probably a bad
Just
sign.
two,
Oh
maybe.
boy.
So go ahead and heal for level 2 cure wounds.
Can I inspire her healing?
You can actually, because I'm going to have a wisdom check from her in a moment as part of
All
it.
right. I'm going to inspire her with a limerick.
Oh. Hi.
2d8 plus 5.
Brian approves.
There once was a gnome from Emon who sang a scandalous song. The ladies would swoon at his rather large tune and say, "My, it's impossibly long."
That's beautiful.
Wow, that was so inspiring. 15.
Okay, so you heal 15 points. That's good. Go ahead and roll a d20. Add your wisdom modifier, which I think is plus 5, and then add another d10 to that because of his inspiration.
Natural.
20.
Roll a d10 just add on to it, just to see how.
This guy's gonna,
10.
this guy's gonna get a brand new hand.
2 hands.
3 hands. It'd be like a 2 hands. 4.
Okay.
That's
So
We have two opposable thumbs
Yeah.
on one hand.
So as part of the healing, as you take his hand, you kind of pull the bandages off, and you can still see the wounds are scabbed over, and it's healing, but it's healing over. As you concentrate for a moment and kind of close your eyes, you can see the symbol of Saren right on your neck kind of glows for a moment, and the healing energy transfers down your arms to your forearms to your fingertips and into the wound, and his hand begins to give off its own radiant energy. He kind of freaks out and backs up for a second, but you kind of keep his hand there and calm him down. As the light fades, you can see the wound itself is now closed over entirely, and the part where he can only partially use his thumb and his finger, that section has completely healed over, and both his thumb and his pinky finger are complete now, and it can be used to grab.
Like a claw.
Kind of.
Like a crab.
But it's functional.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's a shaka.
Actually shaka.
He's got shaka hand.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's much more.
That's a cool
much more
dude.
useful in this round.
And it doesn't hurt anymore.
Nope. No longer needs any
Yay.
dressing whatsoever.
Oh, that was very
Well done. Hi. Coin, Percival, coin.
Oh, I'm trying to come up with another.
You shut up.
Yeah, I'm going to make my sister pay.
Yes.
Make my wait.
And that way,
Wait.
dear brother, he won't be on the road with lots of gold in his pocket to get stolen.
Oh yes, we're looking out for his
You
better
are so
interests.
caring.
And I should also mention I don't have any money at the moment, so this is also.
That's why we have that fabulous crystal.
I gave your sister all my money. I did.
A long time ago.
Well, it was a long time ago, but it was all my money.
About what time is it?
This conversation is now making me uncomfortable.
250 in the morning.
Should we go in to meet our jury?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Wait, can I just ask? Because we had 3 days and I didn't check on it. I had that jewelry box that we stole from the Tyleri house.
Yes.
I didn't ever look in it. Because we
Okay.
just took it and set it aside.
That's
and
true.
so I have this whole thing of jewelry.
You
And I also have a bloody bag of gold and a bag of gems that I've never checked in on.
Ooh, maybe we can just hand over the bloody bag of gold to
Well,
Desmond.
let's look at it first.
Whoa, yeah, Jesus.
the bloody bag of gold, sifting through it, it contains the equivalent of 200 and what's the number there? 230 gold pieces.
Thousand?
No.
Gold, all right.
Pieces. The bag of gems, it's a few semi-precious stones, but then there are a couple of, well-carved sapphires, emeralds, a couple of nice gems. The overall worth of that bag probably comes to about 1,200 gold.
Awesome.
Probably.
And then the
represents
jewelry
most
box.
of our money, right?
The jewelry box has
We've got some money.
has largely gold rings, a few gold earrings. The overall worth of the jewelry in there, from what you can ascertain, given the time that you were kind of spending with it and your experience with having to hawk and pawn things that you've acquired over your travels, you could probably sell everything in the jewelry box for about 150 gold.
Is any of it, magical?
No, there are no magical implements of it. It is purely just the jewelry box for Tyleri's own collection.
I'm keeping the jewelry box because
Okay,
I
it
want
it is a nice jewelry box.
And I'll add the 150 to our party funds.
I imagine the jewelry
'Cause I'm
box was
generous.
Snow White.
Your greed is endearing.
I think so.
All right, yeah, let's go.
All right.
Go to court.
Let's go to court. Then
We
we'll
have
deal with
our
the boy.
who has our papers? We ship
Scanlan had them.
I have some papers.
All right.
Papers.
Our diplomat.
Busting
All
out the mustache.
Oh, wait. Did we
No
send
ticket.
anybody ahead with our letters?
Yeah, I mean it's probably fine, but I really don't think we should walk up just in case.
I'll do it.
Yeah, he's,
It's my problem on a certain level.
I'll go with you.
What do you mean? You don't want to walk up to the
No,
palace?
we can
The
go.
last time we saw Uriel, he was rather awful to us, and I think he's probably fine after we took out the Briarwoods. I think, but I'm not 100% sure, and I like my head on its shoulders.
You think you would go that far?
Potentially. We did leave town.
I don't know, it's an unknown quantity.
Well, I have some heavy lifting on my shoulders. I'll take a bit of it on now.
All right.
I'll go
We'll
with
just
him.
follow behind him and stay kind of at a distance. Like
All right.
Whoa!
I'll go with it.
So Percy and Grog will kind of helm the walk, and the rest of you will stay back in distance and keep a close eye.
Yeah.
You guys make your way into Emon. And first thing you notice is, as it was recently Winter's Crest, a lot of the decorations are still up. You see streamers and ribbons of white and blue throughout the city, elements of confetti that are still being cleaned up off the streets. It is a busy day for being midweek and around noontime, so it's also nice to be back home where you could hear the classic sound of hoofs clopping on the cobblestone, the shouting of different individuals across the thoroughfare, and you make your way towards the center Cloudtop district. As you guys approach the main gate, the guards immediately step front, and as you two approach, "Halt there! Have you business here in the Cloudtop?" And he looks over at you and goes, "You're Vox Machina. You're not allowed in here, and I'd like to know your business, please."
We're here to seek an audience, and we would be more than happy to have an escort. This is an audience that the king is going to wish to take.
Go make a persuasion check.
Come on, Snitch. Oh, boy. Snitch.
Better. 21.
Okay. He kind of looks at the both of you, kind of looks past and sees the rest of the group a little ways back, looks at the guard companion there at the front gate, goes, "That can be arranged. Just no funny business. The moment you do, this entire district's going to be down on your head."
We have no intention of anything funny.
Good. Good. And he kind of puts his thumb up, and you hear the chains, and the portcullis begins to lift that leads into the central area of the Cloudtop district. You guys step back into the familiar area. The streets here much cleaner, the cobblestone much fresher. This is, once again where the more upper class and elite of Emon stay, live, and keep most of their business. You make your way through with the two guards flanking you guys, and you can see 4 more come down from nearby parts of the wall and kind of flank you guys from the back to make sure that you're kind of encased and taken care of. As you walk through the streets, what turned to be just an arrival is now almost a procession, as individuals are now coming out and kind of seeing this group of you guys walking through the street and kind of peek out. Some of the local nobles and such, some seem to recognize you and kind of, and dart back in. There was a woman you spoke to a couple years ago. It was like an older kind of spinster type woman who was planning a wedding for her daughter.
Yes!
She kind of waves for a second and goes to talk to you guys real fast, and then one of the guards raises a pike towards her and goes like,
Later. It's going to be fine.
"Oh, nice." She kind of walks back off. Curious. You're led past the Citrine garrison to the central palace, up the front steps that lead to the doorway, the gates that are currently opened. You are led into the central foyer chamber of the central palace, and as you're brought to that point, you can immediately see the guards on the inside kind of step forward and have a silent, whispering conversation with the gentleman.
I can read lips.
You can.
What did they say?
The conversation entails, Vox Machina has returned to Emon. They're requesting an audience with Uriel, the other guard says. Last bit of documentation we've received was they were to be arrested on sight. He says, I know, but Uriel rescinded that recently. He said if they show up to bring them in, they don't seem to be aggressive at all. If they're not going to do anything stupid, we could just kill them here, so they know better than to do anything stupid. And the guardian person goes, "You're right, but I've seen what they can do. Bring out whoever you have on shift." And as they kind of step away, "This way, please." And you can see the guard that was with you kind of splinters off from the rest of the party. And as you guys walk in the hallway, a few moments later, about 20 guards begin to come out from the nearby hallways and follow behind you.
I see a guard I recognize. I go, "Oh, I got my steak."
And someone goes, "Oh, God. Ah, yeah." The guy pats him on the shoulder. It's like, puts his spear back in place.
See, everything's fine. It's a lovely welcoming party.
Yeah,
I'm
you look
thoroughly
badass right
impressed.
now.
I know.
You look awesome. Dun, dun, dun.
The throne room doors open. Enter in the skylight with the noonday sun now pouring beams of light into the central chamber. You can see, stepping towards the central dais is Uriel Taldore, who has not been there previously. Apparently has been recently summoned to the chamber through your arrival. As he steps up and kind of sits in his chair, he notices you guys entering with the guards and kind of nods his head for a moment, looks off to the side, and approaching him to join him on top of the platform is Seeker Asum, who apparently has returned. With his shaven halfling head, with his tattoos on the side, and Arbiter Brahm, the cleric of Ayun, who oversaw part of your guys' initial trial here in the council chambers.
He was under their control, I think.
And then after them, you see Guardian Topher Brotoris, who is the silver-scaled female dragonborn,
Yes.
who is
She was just
currently the head of the town's guard.
Topher, what was her last name?
Brotoris.
Man, I need to organize my notes better.
That's
Got it all written down.
So this is essentially our jury, judgment party.
It's most of it from last time you guys were here, yeah. As you guys are kind of brought forward and the guards stop and let you continue the rest of your pathway forward, do you step up to the...
I step up.
Okay. Is Purcell the only one that's going to
I
step up?
stay with him.
Oh wait, what does he do? What are you doing?
I'm stepping up.
I'm
I'll step
kind of
up.
step up, kind of behind you, kind of like
I pull her a little further along with me, and
All
we
right, cool.
step up.
As those of you who wish to then step up to the front of the dais, Uriel kind of sits up and puts his hand out to tell you to stop where you are.
I genuflect.
I follow suit.
He kind of waves his hand. It's all right. Don't worry. He puts his hands together like this, and he seems very thoughtful for a moment. The silence that kind of pierces the room leads this kind of underlying tension, this awkward bit of wondering, this build of just tension begins to fill the room before he goes.
First and foremost, I owe each and every one of you the deepest apologies. I've only recently cleared my head of a cloud of poor judgment, one that apparently wasn't one of my own making.
And you can see he looks generally distraught. There's kind of bags under his eyes a little bit, like he hasn't been sleeping well. And you can see one of the servants go, "Shall we bring Salda?" I said, "No, it's all right."
When last we spoke, we had a trial. Many things that were brought to our attention. In the time of your absence, in hoping that you would find means of absolving herself of these charges, Seeker Asum here traveled out to Wildmount to do his own bit of informatory gathering. He returned about a week ago, and just as I was attempting to sort out this haze, Asum, if you would please.
And he kind of like rests his hands for a second, and Asum steps forward, puts his hood back, and kind of closes his hands before him. First of all, a gracious welcome to you, Vox Machina and friends. I did my digging in Wildmount, specifically Wynandir and Port Damali, near the southwest coast of the Shearing Channel. Inquiries by myself and my gatherers before me revealed that the Briarwoods, while once respected in that community, had been accused of necromancy about 6 years before, a practice that had long been outlawed in Wildmount. Their estate and all lands were to be seized by King Dwendal, but the Briarwoods were officially killed when their homestead was burned by a mob.
By what?
By a mob.
Oh.
All official documentation in Wildmount of the Briarwoods was set in this death, and that was the end of their line. However, this information was kept from ever making its way across the shore, as there isn't a lot of business between Wildmount and Emon. Upon doing more digging in Port Damali, months later it seemed that individuals matching their appearance appeared briefly within the port, where they bought a ship and hired a crew. Now, there was no political knowledge in Wildmount or any approval of a bridge being built either. This announcement from the Briarwoods, whom had previously been silent, came about the time that I had sent 2 of my gatherers to look around and never returned.
I theorize that this entire presentation to Emon and these political handshakes were a means to avoid suspicion. I don't know what to what means, but the timing seemed a bit conspicuous to me. Those were my findings in Wildmount, and based on our last discussion, it appears that Lord Briarwood seemed to contain some semblance of mind-affecting prowess. I myself befell to it, and as did our sovereign here. Thankfully, it came to its end recently, and you can see there's a nod and kind of a deep sigh of guilt that emanates from Uriel. Anyway, that is the gist of my findings while you were off in Whitestone. Sovereign, and he steps back, and Uriel raises his head, leaning forward with his elbows on the edge of his knees, still sitting in his throne. It's also been brought to my attention that the attack within my walls was indeed instigated by the Briarwoods themselves, and that Silas is vampiric in nature. This is the influence that clouded me. This is twice now that I found myself, in spite of all of my protections and intents to defend this city, that I have fallen prey to the wills and whims of some infernal intent. And that is not a way to breed respect or trust in one's leader. I have a lot to think about. Regardless, let it stand that as of this moment, Vox Machina is immediately returned to their place in the council, and all charges against them dropped.
Yeah. Sorry.
So, we've also received a bit of word that you were successful in returning Whitestone to some semblance of new order. Please, if you would.
If you would, Your Majesty, yes. First of all, Whitestone is once again ruled by the Derolo family.
It is good to know.
And I must also, at this point, offer our own apologies, which are in order. While there was a supernatural flame of distrust in your heart, it couldn't have been ignited without the embers of our own rash judgments and poor choices. It is difficult for men of action to necessarily pay attention to the smaller details of their world and their realities, and for this, we do apologize. I wish I could say it would be the last of it, but again, it is a difficult world and we are prone to action. And for that, you have our apologies. I would also offer, my lord, that perhaps these infernal powers are attracted by your innate goodness. And that would be worth meditating upon.
I appreciate your counsel, Percival. Well, if there is the Derolos still in rule, then are you to return to Whitestone?
I am not. There is another Derolo. The Briarwoods were sloppy in their extermination of my line and family. Cassandra Derolo now rules, along with a
Triumvirate?
triumvirate, I suppose?
Council?
Council of leaders
Citizenry?
pushing to build the economy once again. And in that sense, I'm sure they would be delighted by the opening of trade and perhaps continuing with the plans for a bridge. Worth discussing at the very least with the new rulers of Whitestone.
We will very much endeavor to extend as much aid as we can to the rebuilding of Whitestone. As to the bridge, this may be more of a matter of us working with the powers of Wildmount, as we were under the impression that that was being handled by the Briarwoods. But we shall pursue this, as this would still be a great boon to our countryside. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Excuse me, Sovereign Uriel. Perhaps I'm speaking out of turn here and I haven't consulted with my fellows here, but you did mention that you've been mind-controlled twice now, and as council members, this doesn't sit well, and...
I understand.
Well, what are we to do? The security that you have in place clearly hasn't worked. Is there a role that we can serve to ensure that you will be further protected?
If I may, Vox Machina would not be here today without the aid and advice of Lady Allura. And I would like to personally testify on her behalf of her ability and her wisdom and her heart. I feel she has a great place in this city, and you should put great trust in her, specifically. She will do much good by you, Sovereign.
Plus, they may be able to enchant your crown so that it has some, special mind control fighting abilities.
She's spitballing here. It
Just,
doesn't have
throwing
to
out
be
some
that.
ideas, that's all.
That could be nice.
Great
Yeah.
idea.
This is being looked into, as previously it was thought that such an enchantment was already provided.
Oh.
It appears the magic went inert, and a re-enchantment is being looked into. And your advisement on Allura's great deal of respect and influence has been noted, as it has for the entirety of her length here as part of the council. When she returns from Whitestone, I intend to see that she is properly rewarded and regarded in this form.
My mother would have said she is a good egg.
That she is. That she is.
Should we hand over the rest of our
Evidence,
Yeah.
documents for the archives. We did collect quite a bit of paperwork and documentation that would fill in any of the gaps in the history of Whitestone and...
Kind of leans forward, puts hand out. Please, and anything...
Of course. We gathered this from the palace in Whitestone.
Start thumbing through the paperwork. Oh, it's not this. Osum. He hands it over, and Osum takes a moment of quiet himself to kind of thumb through, and he's very carefully inspecting and looking about the edges.
Are you looking for something specific?
I'm currently confirming handwriting. One that I deal with quite often.
Someone from this kingdom?
Yes.
Yes,
Actually,
that's
that
the
is
thing.
something we discovered on our own.
My liege, these papers do appear to be genuine, and that does indeed appear to be the handwriting of Riskel Daxio.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
Uriel takes the papers back and kind of...
It's not, He's been at my side since I was young. His father, Mikhail, helms our forces at Fort Daxio.
Oh.
Guards! Find and seize Riskel Daxio at once! The guards immediately go to action, like bringing their weapons and scattering outside of the throne room. You can hear the clanging of footsteps, heavy footfalls, and weapons and shields banging as they start just scattering about the entire palace around you.
Hate to be him right now.
Did you just say that there's a fort somewhere?
Fort Daxio?
Fort Daxio. It's our northern military post. It's by the Cliffkeep Mountains. A lot of very dangerous things reside up there. Giants, creatures, and he holds the border. He's the adopted father of Riskel, not his
Well, but
actual.
any connection to this traitor may be dangerous for him to be in command up there. This whole place could be a risk.
We shall look into it. They haven't spoken in quite a long time, and as far as I know, there wasn't a lot of love between the two. Besides, Michaela's not at the fort right now. Michaela's down in Single on a diplomatic military mission.
Your Majesty, I know well the betrayal you feel, and I urge caution.
Caution it is.
Don't forget about Kibble.
Oh, yes.
That's right. I guess we don't need him to
Well, we should
testify.
bring him out just to Just because he's...
In an effort to be...
Otherwise, he just sat around for nothing.
You look behind, and Desmond is standing behind you, all like wide-eyed and so confused and overwhelmed by everything that's happening, and just kind of eagerly awaiting for you to fill him in.
This young man was an unfortunate victim of my wrath when the Briarwoods visited. He is a citizen of Whitestone, and...
Yes, I was told of this, the carriageman that you had attacked.
I would like to have him be the official letter carrier for any of the first set of correspondence to the new rulers of White Castle. So, since he will be Whitestone, by God, I'm hungry.
White Castle? Oh, no. So if you could send an order of sliders.
About 12.
Don't forget the mustard.
I'm coming up with this shit. It's not easy.
Might need some gut healing afterwards. Yeah.
Constitution roll. Fuck you all. Would it be reasonable to appoint him as the first correspondence messenger, since he must return home at the very least?
Yes, I would still wish to send him with a few of our trusted soldiers to keep him safe. The roads are not safe between here and Whitestone in general. And I mean no offense to you, young sir, but you don't look able with a weapon.
That would
Especially not against harpies.
be my fault.
Yeah.
I should also mention that my lineage has now been restored to me, and I am now of royal descent once again. And so, and again, with my companion's permission, and we will discuss this in the future, but I'd like to put forward the beginnings of the proper paperwork to perhaps have Grayskull Keep designated as an embassy, with all the privileges and rights that presumes.
That could... No, that will be arranged.
I will confer with my...
Yes.
You're on
Very well.
Whitestone soil.
Yes, to say we're on
Before we give
our soil now.
before we give Desmond his appointment as a royal messenger, which I guess he is, with the kingdom, he risked much to keep himself alive and possibly to testify on our behalf. Would the kingdom be willing to give him a quick little reward for his time spent in captivity?
Make a persuasion roll.
Not great. 24.
Not great.
Yeah, come on.
He gives a nod and looks to Desmond. Certainly. It is only fair. You've traveled this far and undergone much personal difficulty in aiding us and relieving this darkness in our territory and yours as well. I would like to grant upon him, by my estate as Sovereign Uriel, a granted gift of 1,000 gold pieces to be sent on its way. Desmond kind of like... I will...
Don't faint.
Don't spend it all on the place, bro.
Desmond, the debt that I owe you is larger than coin, and
What
is
coins, huh?
Just
and is ongoing. So if you can think of what sort of trade you would like to spend your next years of life pursuing, whether it be in
Probably not lute playing. I'm gonna just throw that out there.
Wow. Fucking
drums, it
cold.
is. Drums, it is.
Holy shit.
You are a terrible person. I'm a terrible person, but you're the worst.
Yes.
Even
I'm sorry,
I
what were
am
you
taken
saying?
aback. My jaw is
This
just
is
open, like.
There's an awkward, tense pause for a moment as everyone looks over to Vex, including Uriel. And Secret Asum kind of stifles a chuckle.
Do you know what's amazing, Sovereign, is that Vexalia and Percival were just talking earlier today, and they promised each other to match whatever you offered this boy. And I am amazed at their generosity and kindness.
I Roxanne him on the back of his arm. Just like that.
Oh.
Uriel can answer. That is generous. At which point,
Whatever work you would wish, Desmond, is available to you.
two guards rush in at this point and whisper something into his ear, which Vex, you see the lips moving, because that's what you can do. The verbiage comes across as actually not.
I love it.
Breaking in the new year.
Bunch of lads.
I'm making this up as I go. I don't know what I'm doing.
Look surprised.
I'm a fraud.
got a Reddit page open behind my DM screen.
Okay. I'm an overcamera. So Uriel's eyes go wide for a moment and nods. All right. The guards rush back off, and well, if there's anything else, I believe this concludes our business.
Is there anything else we need or require?
I think we're
guess
perfectly
we're
well
good
suited
for
for now.
Is Desmond off to Whitestone?
Desmond kind of nods, and I imagine so.
Oh, Vexala, you best give him that 1,000 gold now.
I would right now, but I don't have any on me.
Oh,
How
that is such a
crazy
shame.
Is that?
Oh no, I almost thought about reminding
I
you.
know,
Bring
I
your
know,
extra.
but then I didn't bring my 1,000
I'm writing
extra.
mine, since I am also gold poor. I'm writing it into the letter to my sister
Yeah.
that we owe
And
money.
Desmond, I'm going to send that along
that
as soon
they are to
as I
employ
can.
him in
You
any
know,
way he sees
I will do
fit.
that for you.
I know.
An individual of the court has just come up and handed him a sack of gold coins, and he hasn't even, he's not even listening to you. He's
Hide it around. Put it some in your shorts. Put some in your shoes.
Yeah, tuck it down by your nuts,
Don't.
eh?
Yeah.
puts it in the front of his pants and pulls his, his little belt tight. Hi.
Keeps it safe, makes a lady take a double look. Mm-hmm.
I also made sure in the letter that they know that he is returning to Whitestone with this money, so that if he somehow, if it's mismanaged by any of the guards or otherwise, that it will be taken care of.
He is escorted by two of the guards to his temporary chambers here at the palace.
Uriel, we'll leave you to your business, but if you need any help finding anyone, we're here for you.
Thanks for a minute. I know you've just returned. You've already done so much. But it has come to my attention that Riskel Daxio apparently has fled the palace, or at least has not been seen for a number of days. I've sent the guards on it, and Seeker assume you as well. If you could see if you can gather as much information as you can. But if you find it within your capabilities to seek any information regarding his whereabouts and possibly bring him to justice, I would be very grateful and happy to reward for the destruction of this traitor.
Of course.
Do you have any intelligence that he's still within the city walls, or?
It's only been a few days, so I haven't known. We're trying to find out now. You may move swifter than my guard, if previous experience has taught me anything. He kind of looks over to some of his guards who kind of like, what?
Oh, sir, we're standing right here.
You guys are doing a great job. You're great. You look great. You're
Man,
doing
we
great.
ain't
Thank
found
you.
shit.
At this point, Guardian Topher reads and says,
My liege, if I might also be excused to do my own search, I would appreciate that.
but of course, Guardian, please, go on your way. And she scatters off. The rest of the council kind of looks about, and Seeker kind of glances at the rest of you. Uriel stands up from his throne. Very well. Thank you. And you're all dismissed from this council meeting. And he stands up and begins walking off with Seeker assume at his side, quickly kind of talking up to him, and then both having this kind of heated discussion. They leave out to the western side of the throne room.
Are there any other guards in the room as we leave?
There are 4 other guards, 2 pointed to the front door, and there are 2 at the sides of the central thrones.
I looked at the guards at the door and I go, told ya!
They both kind of step back for a minute from the booming voice out of nowhere and kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're free.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That went well.
That did
That
go well.
went
That went
better than I expected. For sure.
I was worried. Who are we tracking down?
Riskel,
The dickhead that built our freaking keep.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I was a sneaky bastard.
You're not. Don't say that about yourself.
Thank you so much. I sometimes
I know
get
where you're going
concerned.
with this. You should finish the thought. though.
Yes.
If I was a sneaky bastard and I wanted to make sure.
You're not.
Thank you. And if I want to make sure I had an emergency escape route outside of the city and was maybe tasked to build, I don't know, say our keep within the last year, I kind of feel like we need to start at home here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
you
he's built
sneaky bastard.
he's built a lot, but I assume he's probably
There
probably
might
built
be-
secret entrances into different places.
And I bet there's, because our keep is butted up against the border of the city and
Do we have the
everywhere
blueprints
else.
to Grey Skull Keep?
Yeah. Can we get them?
Yeah, you can probably ask for
I mean,
those.
They won't be on there. It wouldn't.
No,
be on there.
but being able to study them, we might find places where
Ones
They could
be,
one could
or maybe even like
interesting
Wait, you're
anomalies.
You're thinking that he's hiding in our keep somewhere?
No,
No,
I
but
think he
if-
escaped through our keep.
Or he might have hidden an escape in our. There might
Well,
be
in our
things about
keep.
our keep we don't know.
I mean, could
don't
I
know if
take a
it's
week and really size up the entire building?
Which building? The
Our keep.
Building.
if you want to, yeah.
For little
We'll,
sneaky
we'll
holes
get the
that I didn't
blueprints
know were
just to
there.
help. But
Yeah.
Maybe.
Did we even ask where we last saw Riskel? Whatever.
Can I search his room? Are we allowed to do that? I mean,
Yeah,
he
you
did
can do
ask.
that.
Yeah,
I wanna search
can,
his room.
can we ask for like transparency and information exchange or something like that with these
Transparency.
people? Like, right? Like, so that we can kind of come in and out of the Cloud Top District? Are we cool there?
You're cool now. Like you,
Okay.
all the charges have been
Well, the
dropped.
council-
and,
we're representatives of a foreign
We're
government.
high up.
yeah.
Okay. Cool. So here's my other question. The Briarwoods wanted something with Emon that had nothing to do with building a bridge, right?
What did they want?
What did they want?
Well, Seeker Assume found information that it seems that the whole bridge conversation
It was like a ruse.
it was a
to
ruse
get in.
that arose. Well, it arose because he began to send agents into Whitestone
ruse
to find out
arose?
what was happening,
Ruse, ruse.
and
Wait,
he,
I'm
he he believes that they discovered that Imam was now looking at them, and so they reached out to try and distract or prevent them from going further.
okay.
So as opposed to being like just quiet and accepting this, outside attention, they cut it off at the head and went like, "Hey, let's talk about how we can work together as a way to try and
Clever girl.
like not keep this weird constant influx of spies."
So the Briarwoods coming to Emon is assumed to be just a formality? That's all they were here for?
a distraction.
But
Yeah.
to continue to raise belief in that conversation.
Yeah.
It may not be the case,
But
but
why
that was
why would I go? Why would you go? Why not send a representative?
So
know
you
what I
can
mean?
gain better control.
So you can work your magic.
Validity.
And mind, magic.
Had
And
to
mind
cast that
control
shit.
them and tell them to stop
with
investigating.
Anyway,
like
I
there's
want to go
something
check out
more
his
in there.
room.
okay.
A ruse
Yeah, and you also
arose-
recall that
arose a rosy
Huh?
room.
Riskel was also in charge of security within the palace. And part of the notes that you had received about him talked about discussing back and forth the Briarwoods in preparation for their arrival to make sure that most of the magical wards and defenses that were usually set up there were all removed or false.
Probably filled with dirt.
Wait a second. So we're gonna go check out his room to see if we can
Find a
learn
secret
any
entrance to see
clues,
something.
But also, who would know? Is there anyone that we know who would know? Would Gilmore know where this guy has
You
gone?
just really want to see Gilmore.
I mean,
now.
assume would be.
I assume he has
Why
like
would Gilmore know?
because he knows
assume.
everything about
Does he?
everyone.
No,
don't
assume
think
is
he
our
He just
best
has really
bet.
nice hair.
Yeah.
I think,
Isn't
yeah.
that the same thing?
It's different from actually knowing things.
I honestly think that
Present
if
company.
assume doesn't know, nobody knows. Assume is our source of information here.
Well, you know what they say when you assume.
All right, let's go check out his room.
Let's do it. He's just staring at you.
So as you make your way over to Riskel Daxio's room, there are two guards out front. You can hear things being rummaged around through inside. You can see a couple guards are picking apart his room. And at first glance, as you step up, they see you, and the guards step aside.
Council members coming through.
Take a five.
Guards start rummaging as you enter. You can see cabinets and stuff been pulled out. Bed sheets been turned over. Most of the room appears to have been left untouched, except for most of his belongings. Anything that would have worth is empty. Most of his drawers are empty. You can see already there is what looks to be a small chest that is open and empty on the ground.
Well, I'm going to perception check that shit.
Go for it.
I'm gonna perception check the whole room to
You
see.
make an investigate check for
And
you.
I'm going to look for
Okay,
secret
now use
compartments
luck.
in the walls.
All right,
Investigation, you
investigate for
said?
you as well. For investigating these specific things for this purpose, yes.
All right, 20 for me.
19 for me.
All right.
23 for me.
Okay. You guys, inspecting the room, you find the chest that you're looking at currently, Vax, it has scrapes on the inside that looks like it contained a great sum of money. That was then removed and taken as if like pretty much a large portion of his personal wealth was removed. So that's your inspection check.
Okay.
You, looking about the room, Vex, you find that the arrangement of the furniture seems to have these glyphs that are inscribed on certain pieces of his furniture that are reminiscent of some of the glyphs that you saw.
In a teleportation teleportation.
No, actually, on the ziggurat, there are symbols that are concurrent with some of the writings that you saw inscribed up there. You can't read it necessarily, and they don't appear to be enchanted by any means, at least not anymore. But it appears like there was something about this room that was purposely arranged for some sort of arcane purpose.
What are you gasping about? You sound perturbed.
Oh, the glyphs. I saw them at the ziggurat. Keyleth, Pike, do you know anything about...
Anyone who wants to take a shot at arcane, I would recommend those who are proficient, because it's pretty deep knowledge.
Is someone...
No problem.
I can't do the arcane thing.
I'll do an arcane.
Yep, me as
check.
well.
Grog is our expert on all things.
Natural 20 Grog.
Oh! Natural 20! Oh! Wait, for Grog?
Did he get it? Did he get it?
Oh no, I want to see how this pulls together.
I'm sorry.
So, as you all sit around, and pull forth this chair, there's a broken piece of the of the bed that was found as part of the guards rummaging through the room. You also see that one of the floorboards that is pulled up has this carved on the bottom element of it. And as you're looking it over, specifically Scanlan, who has seen many things about the world as a bard and taken in much knowledge.
I'm very well traveled and very old.
You're trying to find out what the connection to this is. You've seen parts of this arrangement before, and while the runes are different, there is something about the way they're arranged that reminds you of something. And Grog, you immediately remember that the last time that you tried, your party tried to scry into somewhere that didn't want to be scried in, and it was either aggressively ousted or prevented from any sort of intrusion.
The Beholder.
There's the same type of arrangement in here. Something about this just says, this room doesn't want you to look at it.
Right, it's funny, but like the pictures that were on the big shape, right? There's something about it that reminds me with this arrangement of that time that we fought that shithead Beholder.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like it doesn't really want us to look in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this like an anti-scrying glyph set?
Having a look at it now that you've given the guidance from Grog, the all arcane seeing
this room
barbarian
boosts intelligence.
Instincts are just right
Yeah, it's just a feral thing. You know?
He's very good at finding the memory, but that helps guide you to the knowledge and understanding immediately. That is it. These glyphs were, while no longer having power, because an element of them was taken or damaged in the process, this room was guarded against scrying. Very subtly, but essentially preventing anyone from peering into Riskel's private goings-on, and anything he was doing within his personal delvings with the Briarwoods was all kept from being peered into.
Do I know what kind of magic or what kind of magic wielder would have been able to protect this room or design this protection?
Pretty much any caster of a decent, mediocre level casting can be done, and it's not a terribly uncommon enchantment. It's just expensive.
Do we have any idea when the letters came in to Emon that we were successful?
Which ones? You sent different ones at different times.
Either or. When did they get them? Do we know? Can we find that information?
The letter that you guys had sent that just absolved you of your stuff that you had sealed, that was sent closer to Winter's Crest, and that has not arrived yet.
Okay.
The one that you sent to Allura regarding the inspection of the ziggurat.
Yes, that one.
That arrived about a week and a half ago. So that one arrived a lot sooner because you sent it a lot sooner, and Allura has already left.
Week and a half.
And apparently has gone to seek some allies to help her.
And it's been about 3 days since they've seen Riskel?
About 3 days, yeah.
And did we find anything else? Any hidden compartments or anything?
No hidden compartments throughout the room, throughout your search, no.
Can I go outside?
Yeah, you step outside of the room.
I want to do no, outside. Dirt.
Oh,
I
okay.
want dirt under me.
Okay, you're gonna have to walk out onto the actual palace
I
into
do
the
that.
the courtyard area that's kind of around the front.
Okay, bye, Keela.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
I think she has to drop a D. She had that expression.
Is there a guard outside
Princess
of the room?
Just like the bushes better.
Is there a guard outside of the room?
Yeah, there are 2 guards outside of the room, and there are 2 guards that have kind of stood back and let you guys go about your business.
Should we try and shake one down and ask who was the last person to see him?
Why do we need to shake him down? Hey,
Because that's what I do.
do you know the last time, who the last person was that saw this, gentleman?
That is much less
As far as we know, last he was seen was a few days ago. His servant, actually, who's currently being interrogated 2 rooms down, would probably have more information.
What was the servant's name?
Oh, this would be. Hold on, I'll pull this up real fast.
He's looking at his own notes.
The guard just
The
keeps
guard.
The guard goes through all of his notes here.
He's got a little pocketbook.
He's got 2 pieces of toilet paper with charcoal on it.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
Servant Jeffrey.
Yes, Jeffrey.
He's being interrogated right now.
I immediately leave the room.
Yeah, let's
and
go
head
do
for
that.
The interrogation room.
I follow Grog.
Okay.
I'm coming too.
All right. So they'll get there before you get to your place. So,
Go for
as
it.
you're heading down through the palace, you guys go to the next room, and the door's open, and you can see this this young man, probably in his early 20s or so, half elf. His dark hair is pulled back into a very tight ponytail. Go, you got it.
Where's she going?
He's sat in a chair currently, not tied or bound or anything, but there are 2 guards who are currently kind of shouting at him, and currently one's like,
Where did he go? Have you seen him? Where did he go?
and I'm trying to tell you, he left 3 days ago. He packed up and he left. He walked right out. He said and he looks over and sees you at the doorway.
You 2, leave.
The 2 guards immediately step away and leave the room. Do you enter with him?
I do.
Good cop, bad cop?
All right, so all of you guys follow in after
Good cop.
Grog.
Grog's the good cop. Look at his face.
I take out Craven Edge
Oh.
and I put it unsheathed next to my foot.
As it slams into the wood, it sinks about an inch as the blade just slips into the wooden floor. You can see, guys, as he pulls it out and sets it to his side, almost like mist off of a very, very hot, wet surface. You can see shadow just drifting off the blade ever so slightly.
You know, there are those
healthy.
that protect life. They just left. Now, whatever me and my mates are gonna ask, you're gonna answer honestly, or your life will be forfeit.
Right.
Don't talk unless you're asked a question. My little mate over here will begin.
Jeffrey, is it?
Aye.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to use the sword.
I don't want him.
He doesn't like to use the sword. It's a lot to clean. There's brains on it. He likes to keep it nice and tidy in here. This isn't even our palace. Don't make him use the sword.
Oh, no.
All right.
I don't want to.
Just ask him. Just answer the questions. It's
Okay.
totally fine.
Okay.
all right? It's gonna be fine. Do you want some water?
No.
A pipe to smoke or anything? Just anything to relax you, make you feel better.
No,
All right,
no,
great.
I'm okay.
When was the
Alright.
last time you saw Riskel?
That would be 3.5 days ago. He took most of his belongings and packed them up for a trip. He said he'd be back within a month.
Insight check that bitch.
Yeah.
All right, I will insight check him. That bitch. Do not go well.
I'll do it as well.
Boom.
16.
He seems to be bewildered, fearful, and not holding back any information. He's just at a point where he doesn't quite sure what else to say.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. He's not gonna like using that sword, but it looks like it's coming. It looks like it's coming.
No.
The sword
you
is
don't have
moving a little, isn't it?
Spinning it. Spinning it now.
It's
On the tip.
3 days. He left. He said he'd be gone for a month. I don't know where he left. He walked right out of the Glabtop district.
Where did he say he was going to go?
He didn't tell me. He didn't.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a hard night for me. I'm gonna have to talk him down from this. He gets so worked up.
Just got it clean.
No,
I just got it clean.
I don't know.
Jeffrey, please. It's gonna make more work for me if he has to behead you right now. Please. Please help me help you.
I just met a girl.
I mean, I know the answers. The answers are inside of you. If I have to open you up to get to them, I will.
No, there's no answers to find. I'm empty.
Jeffrey, did your boss get any letters that he stowed away anywhere? Did he have a safekeeping place, a secret residence somewhere in the city walls?
He had a chest, but he took everything out. He left. I don't know.
Did he ever regularly travel to anywhere in the walls of the city?
I'll walk up and stand right next to him.
I escorted him once or twice to the graveyard district.
Where specifically?
It was a tavern. It was far beneath him. I found it curious that he would attend.
The tavern's name?
It was
I lay the sword right on the table and look at the reflection.
The Diamond Nest Tavern. That's the one. That's the Diamond Nest Tavern. He went there, I assumed, to do what young-ish elven men do when they're in stuffy work. I don't know. I didn't go inside.
How often did he go to the Diamond Nest Tavern?
This is our sergeant.
Not often. A few times every few months.
He follow some sort of regular schedule, or was it just out of the blue?
No, not that I recall. Every 6 months or so. A few times recently, in the past month, but that was all.
I feel this has been very helpful.
Yes, you have been quite helpful. Give us the name of that girl so we can send our condolences to her.
No, please,
don't use her name, her address.
He's
somewhere.
just weeping now, openly, like his
Oh,
hands.
not on the blade, not on the blade.
You hear a voice like I'd go, no, keep the tears coming.
Oh, shit. Grog, are you feeling all right? Is everything's all right?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine. I just want to check in, just to see how you're doing.
First of all, you seem a little pallid all of a sudden. Are you feeling all right?
Jeffrey, is there anything else that might help us in our search for your former employer?
Don't kill me. He's lost at this point.
Lost. Okay.
The sword is a bit iffy.
Grog, what do you think?
It's torture.
You saw.
Grog?
It's me.
I assume you saw.
Can you see in this room right now?
Who are you talking to, Grog?
Something you
What?
can see.
I was saying, can you see in this room right now? Can you see what's happening in this room right now? We are totally intimidating the shit out of Jeffrey. Yeah, look, can you see what's happening in there?
I can.
Shut the fuck up.
Grog, what do you think? Should we let him live?
Well, I suppose. He's been pretty helpful. Haven't you, Jeffrey? I put it right under his chin.
Go ahead and make a wisdom check.
Oh my god, you're gonna kill him!
What?
What if the sword takes over?
Oh, sorry, a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw!
Jeez Louise.
I'm a terrible person, I know.
That's pretty good.
14?
14.
Oh God.
For a moment, the shadows begin to surround you, and you feel the urge to push the blade right through his measly little throat. But you see the face. But it's not his face, it's the face of Pike right next to you, looking up at you with this...
Grog!
And you pull yourself out for a second, and the blade comes back instinctually.
Well, it was all part of the show. It's just a show. Alright, Jeffrey, you've been very helpful. Change your britches, and, don't do bad stuff. And I sheave him.
Okay. I won't.
I do?
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Oh god.
And remember, shop at Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Okay, I will. I will.
Trinket goes up and licks his face.
Good bear. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We should give him something.
No.
Nah, fuck him.
As you guys all walk out of the room, you hear in the,
We gave him
the
a
back
second
of your
chance at life.
you hear this in the back of your head, Grog, this long, rumbling. Deep, unhappy sigh.
We should go check out this tavern then.
Yes, we should.
Yes, we should.
And maybe get a drink there.
Yeah. And maybe go to the bathroom there. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are heading to the.
Well, I'm out in the courtyard.
Yes. Now getting to Keyleth.
I want to do a commune with nature spell.
Okay. All right. So.
Age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius.
That got weird.
This is what happens when you spend time on your phone.
It's true. All right. Commune with nature. So. What are you requesting to know about?
Is Riskel anywhere in town?
As you're connecting, you feel your mind reach out to the earth itself, to all the plant life that exists beneath and through the cracks of the cobblestones. The few trees that are peppered throughout the city, keeping arduous watch over the goings-on within the city of Emon. And a single thought comes back to you that says,
Oh, shit. I mean, I'm not there.
Can I take my second question
You
to
can.
focus a little harder and figure out where in town he is?
What a good idea. Good idea. Thanks.
your vision casts through and brings towards the outskirts of the graveyard district. It brings you to a series of buildings, one building in particular, but not within, beneath. And the vision fades.
He's at the tavern, right?
Or is he a fucking vampire?
Oh my gosh.
The vision fades. That's all I got.
Yep. He's beneath the tavern.
Do
That
I get
tavern.
one more question?
You do?
How and when will I die?
What is the meaning of life?
42.
Can I see any type of underground secret tunnels or passageways that lead out of the city? Eh? What?
As
It's in the graveyard district.
you have a brief vision. There are a number of tunnels that snake underneath the city, many of which are long collapsed or destroyed. You do know there are a handful that spill out towards the docks, deep beneath the city itself.
Smugglers.
You're hard-pressed to find specific locations, but one of them does seem to drift near the location of the tavern you were previously given a vision of.
Okay, cool beans.
Nature fades from your grasp, and suddenly your consciousness returns to just your simple form of Keyleth.
Do we go out and see her sitting there?
Keyleth. Keyleth, we found a lot of information by scaring an innocent boy. We need to go to the graveyard district for some reason.
There's a tavern.
That's funny. I found the same thing, but I just meditated for a minute.
Shit.
Oh.
Whoa. Wow,
That's
cool.
not nearly as much fun.
You know, I'm glad we got things that overlap, though.
Yeah.
That's
That
good. We found
corroborates.
it corroborates exactly. Cool. Well, I found good news. Riskel is still in town.
Really?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I kind of got his essence was kind of floating in nature's ether, and nature told me he was
Where?
here.
At the tavern?
In the graveyard district. It seems like he's somewhere. I saw that he's somewhere underground.
Well,
Also, it looks like there is, in fact, quite a lot of tunnels and secret passageways that lead out of the city near there.
You are amazing.
Pike
That
and
is
I spent
amazing.
a bit of time underground in the graveyard district with the Clasp. I don't know if the
This
Thieves
tavern.
Guild is...
The Diamond Nest Tavern was the tavern that contained the secret entrance to the Clasp.
We busted in there.
So we happened. I thought it sounded familiar.
Oh, shit.
Wait, was this the same tavern? Is this the one that's got like?
Burt Reynolds.
Right. Is this the one that's kind of like also like a whorehouse? Is that
Aren't they all?
Also, like,
We're definitely going.
No, this one is not.
Not this one. Okay.
You've only really been to it like at the really wee hours of the morning when no one was there for the most part, so you could sneak in and out.
Okay.
You've not been there during its normal operating business hours.
What time is it right now?
Right now, after all this conversation, I'd say it's pushing 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Let's go, plenty of time.
Perfect time.
Yeah, I think he's hiding.
I think it's a perfect time
He's hiding under there.
take a break
I was
and then
about to get to that. Actually,
Somebody's about to bust.
somebody needs to go to bed.
Gotcha. Are you guys heading towards the graveyard district?
We're heading.
Hell yeah.
All right. As you gather up this information, head out of the Cloudtop district towards the western side of Emon, towards the graveyard district. We will go ahead and take a quick break. We'll see you guys back here in a little bit.
Hey internet, it's Cookie. Back to Geek and Sundry Twitch. Hope you had the happiest of holidays, and I'm super stoked for 2016 programming, and I wanted to fill you in on what's going on this year. We have a new set. It's right behind me. Actually, it's not a new set, it's the same set. It just looks a lot different. Second of all, we are completely revamping Tuesday programming. As some of you have heard, Minds and Crafts will no longer be a show in our regular programming. Jess and Steph will still be around, we still love them, and I'm sure that their crafts will live inside the hearts of all of us forever. Also, The Pull, as you know it, will cease to be a regular show on Geek and Sundry programming. However, you can check out the Geek and Sundry website and you can see all the awesome comic related shit that Hector, Amy, and Whitney are talking, because they're gonna be talking it. And you can check out their new show on Tuesday nights. But I'll get to that in a minute. You might be wondering what's going on with the Minecraft server, seeing as how Minds and Crafts is no longer a show. Well, we have some stuff planned, and if you haven't been checking out our Minecraft server, you should. It's awesome. We have tons of mods. It's a fantastic looking server with some awesome shaders, so we really don't want to see it go. So we've been talking, and we think that every month, Geek and Sundry, as a Twitch community, and that unfortunately only includes our subscribers. You have to be subscribed to get access to the server. But as a community, we're going to come together and do community builds. Everybody working together on one huge project. This month's project, announced right now, as soon as I announce this project, you can go get started on it. We're going to be building the Jurassic Park theme park from the first movie. So we're challenging you to build the biggest, most amazing Jurassic Park theme park recreation anybody has ever seen. And we're talking about Jurassic Park from the first film. So in 1 month's time, I better be able to sit shotgun in a tricked out Ford Explorer while Jeff Goldblum nibbles on my ear. So let's talk about that Tuesday programming. From now on at 4 p.m. Pacific, join us for AXYB. Come hang out with Whitney, Steph, Becca, and Hector as they journey inside the mind of a Telltale video game character. Each player will be representing a different button, and for every decision the hosts are prompted with, you get to decide which button gets pushed. It's gonna be a blast. So join us at 4 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday. You better be there. Next up on Tuesday, we're premiering Drama Club Heroes. Come watch Hector, Amy, and Whitney for even more comic book fun, just like you're used to. Drama Club Heroes is all about live readings. Whether it be failed scripts, successful scripts, your favorite plays, your least favorite plays, your naughtiest Geek and Sundry fan fiction, Hector, Whitney, Amy, and friends will read it. This month's reading is James Cameron's Spider-Man script, circa 1993. Did you know James Cameron wrote a Spider-Man script? Because he did, and it's awesome, and you're gonna watch it. Next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you there. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up in 2016. I'm here, you're here. I did that backwards. It's gonna be a great year. Okay, bye!
That's good.
Welcome back, guys. We've had a little break here. We're going to go ahead and hop back into this chaos. So, as the party, Vox Machina, makes their way through Emon, the sun itself pushing towards about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You make your way towards the graveyard district, and there to the familiar.
Wait, on the way,
Yes.
can I throw something in here?
Yes.
About halfway there, I go, oh, my foot. Pike, come here, and I pull her off to the side. We'll catch up.
What?
And
What's
I
wrong
wait
with
till
your
everyone.
stupid foot?
I take the insults and I wait till they all march on.
Okay.
I take the insults.
I take the
Roll for
insults and I
insult.
continue.
Used to it. Pike, I had a front row seat to the Briarwoods, and the blade that Grog has now, that we have never seen before, came off of Silas Briarwood.
I thought something was wrong.
It makes me nervous. I don't know why, other than it looks big and fucking scary. I thought about talking to him myself, but he will just kick me in the ghoulies. So I thought that I would tell you.
Okay.
Because I think he would listen to you. He
Did you
certainly
see
would.
the stuff coming off the...
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of Percival's shit, which is why I'm talking to you now.
Well, that makes me stressed.
But he likes you. Not so
I'll
much
talk
me.
to him. I'll talk to him and see maybe if... I don't know. I'm gonna check out the swords and see if maybe... What is that sound? What is that noise? Is somebody popping popcorn?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
Oh,
I think we're
cool.
getting popcorn.
There you
I
go.
hear it.
Congratulations.
There's a street vendor on the way to the tavern that's... Yep.
Either that or a rock tumbler.
I was about to say, it sounds like it's hailing.
Hold on.
Anyway,
Alrighty.
that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks
So
for
you guys-
letting me know. Fist bump.
You hear Grog belch in the distance. It echoes through the open
walkway of the city streets.
Off the mountains.
Yeah,
Dark,
it's
ominous
pretty
belch.
fantastic. You catch up to the party, and you guys make your way to the outside of the Diamond Nest Tavern, a familiar tavern to all of you, as you've been here once, or some of you twice before. However, during this time, the front doors are open in the middle of the afternoon, and you can hear from the inside the laughter, bustle, and movement of people and music playing very loudly from the interior. It sounds like various instruments cross-playing, and the occasional cheer as glasses and steins clink on the inside.
I'm going to throw up my hood, and I'm going to pull out my other cloak, the red one, and I'm putting it over Pike. I'm putting the hood over Pike's head.
Okay.
You have 2 extra cloaks?
I don't
You
know
gave me one and then you have another one?
It's like Dumb and Dumber with the gloves.
Sheesh.
Which cloak are you giving her then?
Oh, the mountebank.
The what?
The mountebank.
And you're keeping which one?
I'm the displacer cloak I've been wearing.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I just don't want you to be seen.
Am I invisible?
No.
No. No. You're just
bright red.
Just say yes. Just say yes.
Where's Pike? Where did Pike go?
Where's that clanking sound coming from?
Click, clank, click, clank, click, clank.
Your features are better hidden by this thick cloak, just because it's big and not currently designed for someone of your stature.
Round your cheeks.
I was gonna say, what does the clientele of the bar kind of look like?
Well, as you guys step inside, the clientele here appears to be regular, the equivalent of like a blue-collar work staff. Like a lot of folks that are, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, dirt on the face, gentlemen who are part of the either construction crews or stone workers, masonry, probably work within the actual district in the process of like moving plots or building, small mausoleums and stuff like that within the actual confines of the district. You see across the way, there's a live band playing, of which, there no one really of note at first. However, Scanlan, you do recognize 2 of the individuals on the far side of the bar.
In the band or on
in the band? There is an individual named Kent Plucker, who is a halfling bard, currently on the lute.
Kent Plucker?
Currently on the loot.
Yep, which
Kent
you
Plucker
which you
from
had
Seattle.
traveled with previously for quite some time, along with the other individual you recognize, a rowdy-looking but well-dressed half-orc violinist named Dr. Dranzel.
A half what was that?
Half-orc. Black hair slicked back, well-dressed, with like a really rough-looking, angry chin. Aside from the attire and the dress, would look like the meanest, and leaning more towards the orc side than the human side. But very well-dressed, with a violin over the chin that looks so tiny by his massive, but he's playing away, and it is glorious.
Have we heard of these
Dr.
individuals?
Drazzle?
Yeah, you've heard whispers from Scanlan long ago about just kind of his travel and the various tales he gives. But you don't.
It's my
you
troop. Oh, I forgot about Dran.
Dr. Drazzle.
Oh,
Dranzel.
Dran.
I was
People
right.
call
they
him
forgot
Dr.
about
Dre.
Dre.
Dr. Dre.
Dr. Drazzle.
60 seconds late, ladies and gentlemen.
It's my troop.
This is amazing.
It's my troop.
Your turn.
I,
Want to go say hi?
of course I want to go say hi, but I don't want to distract us from our mission.
No, do your shit, Scanlan. We'll
Well,
just look around.
Don't do your
Well, not
shit,
the
but say
shit.
hi.
How about you ask to jump in for a tune?
Yeah, we
Oh
never get to see you play, Scanlan. Not to your full capacity.
We'll blend in.
I plant my foot firmly into his ass and just shove him towards the 2 guys.
We'll use it as inspiration.
I haven't seen them for a while. I don't know how they'll react to seeing me.
As you're getting that word out, you're shoved forward, stumbling, almost being tripped by a few of the patrons. But as you stop and look up, you see before you a young, cute, gnomish girl with very short, pixie brown hair, currently playing the flute. Who kind of looks over at you and gives you kind of a winky grin. To the right of her, you see a rather rotund human male with a bushy blonde beard and raggedy hair, who currently has a series of small percussion drums around him that just hitting around. And to the other side of the small gnome girl, you see a half-elven, more mature woman, in the later years for a half-elven woman, hair tied into a very, very tight bun, and she is in the process of singing this wondrous tune that matches this kind of improvisational feel of the band. Currently, Kent is not paying attention and is on the far right side, but behind them all, towering over just by stature, is Dr. Dranzel with his violin, and as you stumble forward, he looks over and just kind of gives you a smile and keeps playing.
Mind if I jump in?
It would be an honor. Scanlan Shorthand, ladies and gentlemen, jump into the fray.
Feast your eyes, feast your ears on quite a traveling troupe of musicians and one humble gnome who is so lucky and humble to join them. Please, keep the tips flowing for us and your waitresses.
And with that, the current song comes to a close. They all lift their instruments expectantly and look towards you.
Let's play our old standard, and a one-y and a two-y and a one-y.
What instrument do you pull out? Or...
The vuvuzela.
I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna the flute. The flute. I'm gonna
All
play
right.
the flute for a while.
Yeah.
So you go alongside.
The singer sounds good. I don't want to rain on her.
Yeah, no worries. So you pull out your flute, and the other gnomish girl with her flute as well kind of gives you a look, and you guys start weaving together this kind of like flute duel, almost like Flight of the Bumblebees, but two conflicting sides.
Dope.
Go ahead and make a perform check if you could.
Awesome.
I've
I
never
go
done one of these before.
I try to blend in with the crowd as he's doing this
tells
and
me it might
look
not go
around the
well.
room.
It's gonna be
and-
great.
I go and I get as many ales as I can carry and start handing them to those guys.
Okay. No worries.
22.
22. As you guys begin to build this kind of perpetual symphony of it's almost jazz flute almost, and this kind of improvisational feel to it. The drums build. You can see Dr. Dranzel is like tapping his foot to it and gets this really fast kind of fiddle sound out of a classic violin. The whole room begins to gather around and cheer. Vex.
Here, have a drink.
Another whisper. Two
Whoa!
Ashley is subtly massaging Laura's ass.
For inspiration. I keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't
Okay.
any of us.
Gotcha. All right, so as the song builds, people are cheering and shouting, and you bring the drinks over, Keyleth, and you kind of set them down.
Can me and the other flutist end with an impossibly long-held note?
Make another perform check.
33.
Yeah!
And with that, you both inhale almost like through eye contact. And you know what's coming? And you both just hold, and you can see her eyes start to get tense and bloodshot. Her face starts turning beet red. All the rest of the music stops, and everyone just kind of gathers around. The air leaves the room as everyone seems to kind of lean in. And eventually, she gives up and exhales and inhales sharply, dizzied by it, but still smiling, and you can only imagine the blurred romantic tunnel vision she has in your direction as you carry it for about 3 seconds more, and then end with a trill at the end. The whole room just rouses and cheers and clapping. You can now see coppers and silvers and a few gold are being thrown onto the floor in front of you. There's a small bucket at the base of the small stage platform, and Dr. Dranzel then stands up, takes his hat off of the ground next to him, and bows as the rest of the group bows before as well. You're kind of, you know the drill. You've done this for quite some time. Everyone cheers. A few more drinks, even though you brought rounds for everyone. Other people are buying rounds and bringing it up. And as you're kind of, it's been a while since you've done a performance of this magnitude, and it makes you feel good. And at that point, you feel a hand clasp your shoulder, and Dr. Dranzel leans in.
It's good to see you again, Shorthalt. It's been a while.
Yes, it has, sir. Yes, it has.
Haven't lost your edge.
I'm a little rusty, but I trust you'll keep me honest through this.
Honest. We've always been honest. Come, drink, eat with us.
And they all kind of
put their instruments up as he says, "We just finished our set. Let's catch up. It's been some time. I'd like to hear of your journeys and tell you of some of ours."
Absolutely. I'll be back in a while, fellows.
Good job, Scanlan.
Are these your friends?
Oh yes, these are my traveling companions,
I'm his bodyguard. He's very popular.
You can afford a bodyguard of that magnitude.
oh, I've done quite well, thanks to your tutelage.
Great. Well, come on. You don't all need to stay away. Have your friends sit with us.
They can join us?
Certainly. He goes and calls over. He goes, "Kaylee, Zed, help me with the tables." And the gnome and the rotund bearded human rush off and start grabbing a couple of the tables, and they cram it in the corner. And so now you basically have built this monopoly on the far corner of the tavern now, where all of you guys can kind of sit around in a cluster.
Yes.
Kaylee, that was some fine playing. I might have a tip or two about breath control.
Sorry, not all of us are quite as old and seasoned as the others.
Jesus well, I've learned quite a thing or two in my years, and sometimes it would it might interest you to take a little private tutoring session sometime.
Scanlan Shorthalt. You know, I've heard quite a bit about you.
My legend is spread far and wide, I'm sure.
Indeed. And I know better than most ladies that may cross your path.
You may change your tune. Draw a little help over here.
You had us, and then you lost.
Can I give him inspiration?
I don't know. What would you like to do to make Scanlan look better in this circumstance?
Perhaps help him with his pitch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's lovely to meet you anyway. Vex once helped Grog in a very specific way.
I will. The man, the myth, and the legend is true. So, in case you wanted to find out.
She gives you a look over. Looks over at Scanlan.
Yeah, that, we're close, we're tight, she and I. She's come back for more.
A holy woman?
Oh, shit.
She's got holes in all the right places.
Oh!
I don't know what I'm doing here!
She actually, at that point, goes... turns around. Doctor, you weren't kidding. This one's certainly a card. And she gives you a wink and passes a drink your way across the table.
Wow.
As the crowd kind of simmers down and people go back about their business and drinks brought to the table and scattered about and the rest of you find your seats and sitting around, they gather up the coin that was taken and Kent, who sits down next to Dr. Dranzel, looks over and says, Oh, it's been a while, Scanlan. Glad to see you. Glad you could join us. It's like old times. It was nice.
It was nice. What have you fellows been doing for these years?
Well, we just finished up coming out here and playing for Winter's Crest. Made a good deal of money. We were on our way out and figured we'd finish up a few of these gigs. And Dr. Dranzel kicks in and says, Emon these days seems to be doing all right. They paid us well for our time here, and well, you've earned a little coin yourself from this. And he kind of takes a little sack of a little handful of coins from the pile that they had amassed and kind of chucks it over your way. It's like 25 gold.
Oh, well, thank you, but I can't possibly accept this. You
Fair enough, and he scoops it back.
You deserve it. It's your gig, you booked it. I'm just playing them for the night.
At this point, you guys notice a small halfling boy, definitely not an adult, probably in his late teens, comes up to the edge of the table, kind of, big eyes and softer features, and he's dressed a little inconspicuously, comes up, Doctor, good performance. And he kind of claps and looks about the rest of the table, and Doctor's like, this fine boy, they're friends. At which point the boy nods and looks about the rest of you, lifts up a small satchel and unloads it on the table next to Dr. Dranzel, and you see spill out a much larger collection of coppers, silver, rings,
bits of jewelry, a few loose coin purses, and Dr. Drans will kind of reach over and pats him on the head.
Good boy, Samson, good boy.
Nice haul, Samson.
Thanks.
And he kind of looks about awkwardly and expectantly, and
Still up to the old tricks, I see, Doctor.
Hey, when business is good, Scanlan. When business is good.
Yes.
and he reaches over and grabs a small bit of the gold coin and puts it into Samson's hands and goes,
Go buy yourself some toys.
and kind of pats him on the back, and the boy runs off excitedly. He quickly looks about and takes a bunch of the gold and scoops it into a small satchel at his side and hands it off to Kaylee. Kaylee takes it. Kaylee, who at this point you've been introduced as the gnomish girl, you saw her guarding the table. She takes the satchel and whisks her hand for a moment, and the satchel just vanishes in her grasp in a little puff of smoke.
That was cool.
I like this girl.
Well, so, the company you're keeping seems to be formidable.
We are.
What can we call you?
We call ourselves Vox Machina.
Sounds really formal.
You can call us the shits.
I like that much better. That's the Scanlan I know. Shits it is. So, shits. What do you do? What's your trade? What are you tugging around with?
They're
Sorry, sap for.
they're powerful warriors, killers, assassins, magic wielders. Not quite as ornery as a bunch of musicians, but still pretty amazing people, and we've had quite a few adventures in the past few years.
So,
Scanlan's a kingslayer. It's true.
He might not believe you or really anything about me.
You doubt the cube?
there aren't a lot of kings in these lands.
Well, there's one fewer now.
All right, Kingslayer. So I take it you're all experienced in little skullduggery from time to time, yes?
Drug that doesn't mean what you think it means.
Oh.
Well, how about this? We were thinking of shoving off. We recently got a tip.
Oh.
If you're interested. We, word came about a dickhead with too much change in his basement. Yes, he's
leaning on the back of a chair that I see in my imagination.
It's my window! Go with it!
I got it.
It's a very short man, right?
He's in a cast. He's been playing with a cast the entire
That's
time.
Samson. He's
You're towards the back of the tavern. There's like a small wooden thing. He's lounging. He's a casual guy.
His name
the doctor.
is
I'm
Jonathan.
with you now.
No, it is Dr. Drax.
Please, Vex, a little respect. He's a physician.
Anyway.
You got a tip about a dickhead?
Word came about a dickhead who has too much change in his basement. It's weighing down his personality. If you want to help this poor, old, withered man alleviate this burden.
You mean steal from him?
No, I mean help it go to good, hard-working folk who deserve it more.
What kind of a dickhead is he?
I haven't dealt with him personally, but people have told me he's a bit of a thorn in the side of, well, any lively folk, especially those of a artistic persuasion.
What's his name?
Don't know the name, but I know where he lives. And we've looked at the place a bit, cased it, if you will, and there could be a few ways in. Unfortunately, we've become a little higher profile during our stay here than we expected, and I don't know if we're quite as skilled in the realm of shadow walking.
Doctor, we're quite skilled, but we have a bit of a name for ourselves as well. I'm afraid we may not be able to help you out.
All right, very
Quite
well.
the opposite of low profile.
Well, not to worry then. Figured I'd pass it your way.
If we were to pursue it, what would your take be?
Well, based on a finder's fee, and based on the relationship we've had all these years, our troop will be happy to take a 40% cut.
It's not bad.
And this is vast sum of money we might find?
From what I've heard, it's sizable enough for me to want to include someone the likes of you. And you know I don't like to include outsiders so readily.
Well, I'm not quite an outsider. Yes, then. Well, we can investigate if you give us an address or a description.
All right.
I haven't been paying close attention, but who's this Mark?
He didn't say his name.
Don't know his
Don't
name.
know his
Don't
name.
know his
No.
name. Just
Name.
that he's a dickhead.
He's just a dickhead, and
you want
that's
us
all you
to
know.
What district does he live in?
No. The old man wants to redistribute his wealth, and we would be the vessel by which he would do that.
Right, so
You've got a smart bodyguard on your hands,
He's
too.
real smart.
Albeit,
I like
Can
it.
I
What's
do
your
an
name?
can I do an insight
Rob.
check on him?
It's a good name.
isn't it?
Yeah. Speaks of intelligence. Go and make
Insight check?
Sure.
Ooh, 29.
Wow, that's a good insight check.
Rolled a 19.
Here he comes.
Oh, secrets. Oh, we get secrets.
Hey, it's your birthday.
I love it.
I know, right?
D-A-Z is the code to type in.
Mike, thank you for being my wingman back there.
Welcome, but I was just. How come you never told us about Dr. Dranzel? Did you forget about him?
I told you. If
Did you forget about Dr. Dranzel?
They forgot about. They forgot about Transil. That motherfuckers act like they forgot about Transil.
This is my favorite thing.
But no worries.
So wait, you're just out of the good of your heart wanting to redistribute a little bit of funds to help out a few less fortunate people? That's all you have in this?
Yeah.
Really?
We're all rather less fortunate than this dickhead, and I don't see why a little bit off his table wouldn't even be noticed, probably.
And where exactly did you find this information on this dickhead?
I think he said he asked him.
You asked him? What?
No, the old man asked him. He's
I
like,
have
I need to redistribute.
I have my reasons. I have my connections, my friends here, and I've been told that his estate has been abandoned for some time, actually.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Keyleth, this is an old friend of mine who I trust very much. He saved me when I was in trouble and taught me much about the ways of performing and charming people. He
Well,
has my
if
full trust.
He's a
if
doctor.
I know anything about your skills, Scanlan, I think it says a lot about Dr. Dranzel. So,
Take that as a compliment.
you're welcome. Forgive me if I'm...
No, I think we obviously, any friend of
little
Scanlan is a friend of ours, and I think if Dr. Dranzel here, may I call you Dr. Dranzel?
Have you met some of Scanlan's
Hey.
friends?
If I can call you Dr. Dranzel.
Can I call you Dr. Dra?
Dr. Dra.
Dr. Dra?
That has a really nice ring to it.
Sounds to me unfinished and rather sloppy. Just doctor it's fine.
All right, sorry, I'm getting a little
Professor Dranzel.
Yes.
What I
Doctor,
really would
doctor.
like to... Dr. Dranzel, and I want to know if you're really a doctor later, but I think perhaps maybe there's a little tidbit of information about this that you're holding back with, because I would understand we're new, we don't really know each other, we're not good, we're not really on that friendship level yet. But my point is, we could be friends like that. We could be. I'm trying to see if this works.
Percy, how many
you're trying
ales
to
did
be
you have?
friends.
You
Wait, you're
know what
trying
I'm
to
doing.
have friends.
I'm attempting. I'm attempting. Friends.
Oh, interesting.
I'm attempting.
Okay. Good to know these. All right then. Does he get, what saving throw does he get for that one?
I get advantage on charisma. Charisma
Oh,
rolls.
right. Okay.
You get advantage on all charisma
Yep.
rolls?
Go for it.
Am I just rolling charisma?
You're rolling a persuasion on this.
Persuasion
with advantage.
roll. Oh, persuasion roll with advantage. Oh, that's nice. 23.
Okay. Looks to you and goes, we don't know who it is. We've been told it's in the Cloud Top district. It's a red brick building. It's been abandoned for over a year. and apparently has been well boarded up. But from what I've been told, quite a lot of wealth is down there, but it's a bit dangerous of an entry. We have no way of getting into the cloud top, but these myths keep finding our ears.
If it's the house that I think it is, it's already been
Pillaged?
Pillaged. Pillaged is a good word. This is a. The rumors were not incorrect, but.
House is this?
Do you remember with the
Potentially?
Agande and the
that
with our Utler Bay?
I don't speak Latin.
What's Latin?
Pretty sure it's already been cleaned out.
Dragon Butler?
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Unless you're hearing things we don't know about.
I know that a few individuals have tried to make their way in. Came out with hefty sums of gold, but seemed to be a bit spooked.
I'm going to pull up a chair and sit down in front of him. Hi there. My name's Greg.
Craig?
Greg.
Greg.
Yeah.
Hello,
His name's
Greg.
Scanlan's friend Craig.
All right, Greg.
Scanlan might be able to help you with this. I'll definitely be able to help you with this, but I'm not going to do anything unless I know something more. So, if you want to go into the house, if you want me to break us into the house, which I can certainly do, I really need to know a little bit more. Your chances of getting whatever you're after inside raise if you're honest with me. And I don't feel yet like you're being honest with me. So I want to help you, but I don't think I can. And without me, I'm sorry, but we're not getting in the house. So is there anything else you want to tell me about?
That's all I know. All I know is they had a few other of the thieving persuasion have made their way in before, and they came out with a decent chunk of change, given that they could only be in there for a short time.
I mean, an insight check. That is 19.
Yeah. It's hard to read, but the best you can tell is he's been pretty clear with you. And at this point, as you're looking at him, his eyes go.
And this is the point where I buy you a beer. And I put the coin down.
You're a tricky one. All right, you got yourself some talented compadres.
Well, they can't play as well as you, but they're pretty good.
Takes the coin. Takes the drink. Well, you know where it is, you know what it looks like. If you're interested in finding your way in and come out with anything, we'll be here about another week.
All right. How long have you been here?
We've been here about 2 weeks now, 2.5 weeks.
Have you noticed, I'm sure you've seen many people come in and out, but an older gentleman dressed much nicer than he should be in an establishment like this?
You describe Riskel to him? Riskel's Elven. Thin features, older, has some battle scars, but longish hair kept behind his ears. And as you describe it, he goes, Yes, actually. We had a gentleman like that who came in here a couple of times about a week ago, and I saw a few days ago.
A few days ago?
Yeah, he came in and watched one of our performances. Tipped us rather well.
Did he?
Seemed a bit hurried.
Yes. Did you see where he went?
No, I assumed he was staying here at the tavern.
Really? Are there rooms here?
It's upstairs, they have rooms there.
We should see if there's rooms downstairs.
Down here? Yeah, I get up and leave the table and go talk to the bar.
Do you guys want us to create some sort of distraction while you go search the place?
I'm gonna talk to the barkeep and talk about rooms potentially first.
I'll go.
For us?
Just seeing what they have available and what's being rented right now.
Because we know he's downstairs.
Who's gonna? Yeah, I was gonna say who's gonna go downstairs. I'll go with team downstairs.
Team downstairs it is.
Team downstairs.
As you head to the barkeep, you see a
need a distraction?
dwarven woman
Downstairs.
wearing simple blouse but pulled up past the elbows. She's currently wiping down part of the front of the head. You see her hair is pulled up to a ponytail that kind of drifts past her shoulders down to the center of her chest. And she glances up to you as you approach.
Hey, so what can I get you, dear?
Hi. You have rooms, yes?
We have rooms, eh? Only got one currently not occupied, but
Do you have an older gentleman, elven battle scars, I describe him, staying here right now?
Fuck.
No.
No?
No, I haven't seen someone like that.
Insight checker?
Okay, insight check.
Fuck.
23?
23. Her demeanor has changed, and she's gotten guarded. She was, nope, haven't seen anyone like that here. Sorry.
Haven't.
No.
I
lot of patrons
get
come
so
through.
many people coming in and out. It'd be
It's
so
hard to
easy
say.
to lose sight of somebody like that who came in. I put a 5 gold pieces onto the countertop. It sure would be wonderful if you could remember anything about him being here, however.
She takes her cloth that she's wiping the counter with, kind of wipes over and pushes the gold coins towards you, pulls back and goes, "Sorry, dear, I can't help you."
I walk up by my sister, and where the woman just wiped that away, I take a piece of chalk out of my pocket and write "thieves can't." Not the word thieves can't. I use the thieves can't. Yeah. On the bar and say, in that language, there is a threat here. I can help you deal with it. And that's it.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion, you said?
Yes.
20.
She looks at it, looks at you, still holding her cloth, wipes it clean on the bar pretty quickly. You one of them? Kitchen storage room, under the rain, under the rice and grain barrels. Sorry, can't help you. That's unfortunate.
Completely understandable.
Mm.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, of course.
We need to have a talk.
So meet.
Scanlan, could you
Oi.
have your wonderful friends create a distraction?
I can help them create one.
Just enough so we can slip unnoticed downstairs.
Hold on. He's downstairs. Underground. Do we think maybe he's a...
No, because he's been. That would be very complicated to deal with while still being part of the political infrastructure of the city.
We need to talk.
You actually have seen him outside at various events where the council was publicly around for, especially during your guys' when you were first given entry to the council. You've seen Riskel around in daylight.
I bet you 1 gold he's a vampire.
Recently?
Done.
Yes, Rob, it's true. He's a vampire. Could we please meet in a booth in the corner of the pub, please? We need to talk now.
All right. Let's do it.
Excuse us, lovely fellows. We have prior business. We'll be talking again very soon.
Certainly, officer.
What's the plan?
I can't be 100% sure, but we are sitting atop the Thieves Guild. Pike and I have been here before.
We've been here. We've barged in here before.
Not down in the heart of it like we have. Underneath here is a honeycomb of thieves.
Honeycomb? Oh, thieves.
I think our man is downstairs. They've given me the way in. But it's not going to be easy. It's not just an empty basement. We're sitting atop the Thieves Guild. This is the Clasp.
Well, why do we have to? Why is it dangerous? Why can't we just, go
Aren't
in
you
and ask for him?
part
and
of them?
Get it. It's pretty scary down there.
Yes, I should take point. I'm just saying we're not going down into an empty grain cellar to kill a bunch of rats.
So do we think that the Clasp is protecting Riskel? Is that what we're assuming?
It's possible. For money, anything is possible.
Well, good to know, but we're still going.
I mean, you were with these people once.
Aren't you still? I look at your hand. Don't you have the mark?
It's complicated. Where did she say to go? It was through the kitchen?
Kitchen.
She said through the kitchen storage room on the left. And the mark is actually at the in the middle of
I mean,
his.
that's what I mean. I've seen it.
Yeah, look for
Right.
it.
Your
Right
memory
there.
is like an iron trap.
Yes.
I think you guys should go. Right away.
You guys, where are you?
I'll follow
You're gonna
close
sing.
behind.
We're going to go into the kitchen. We're going to go 2 minutes apart, all right? Don't all go in a crowd. I'm going to go in first. I'll see you in there, and then I walk.
I walk over to Kaylee, and I say, my dear Kaylee, I'm sorry if we got off on a weird foot. I have that effect on people sometimes. Especially...
Your feet are weird. That's interesting.
Especially lovely to look at young ladies who are
Smaller than I expected, those feet.
Well, you know what they say.
I do.
Wait, no, don't.
I know what they
Don't,
say.
No, don't. That's not what. Anyway, I was impressed with you up there. Your skills with the flute are remarkable. I was wondering if I could have a little fun tonight and challenge you to a flute off. We go up on stage, we ask the audience for a
flout off.
A flout off?
Suggestions, and we see who can last the longest and blow the hardest. If you win, I'll give you whatever's in my purse. And if I win, I get a kiss.
Somehow I think I'm still getting this shit end of the deal.
Yes.
But I'm one for fun at the very least.
Right.
It's a deal.
No, don't worry.
You guys shake on it. Are you waiting till sundown, or are you doing
No,
this now?
we go. Are we waiting till sundown? Is that what's happening?
He already went. I'm gonna follow.
I'm in the kitchen.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the first ever flout
Head into
off
the kitchen?
flutist
All right.
off flute duel, featuring me, Scanlan Shorthalt, and you, Kaylee.
Kaylee's fine.
Kaylee's fine, everyone.
Flautists.
Some of the folks around, like some seem kind of disinterested by it, and some kind of.
All
flat.
eyes up here. It'll be a great show.
At this point, Notre Dame was like, "Ha! Oh, this will be interesting," and he's still sitting back, kind of watching. You guys are going in first, you said?
Yeah,
No,
I
I
followed
went in.
in.
I already went in.
Self check.
She told me to go in.
Right.
All right. So that's oh, I love this perk. That's a 23.
Okay. You seem to slip in, and there are two individuals currently running the kitchen. There's the smell of food, but there are no meals currently being cooked. They're just kind of talking to each other. They don't even notice you slip by.
The first.
I put my hood up before I head back that
Go
way.
for it. Go make yourself check.
Oh no.
I follow them. No, I'm just kidding.
Clink,
Clink, clink, clink, clink.
Oh, I get advantage.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah. 25.
25. Same thing. You guys turn around to the left of the kitchen. There is a small stairway that goes down about 5 feet into a storage room where you find your brother. And this is all very familiar to you. You've been here once before. This is when you guys exited the guild on the way out a long time ago. And there are a series of crates and stuff, but in the far back corner there are two sacks that are labeled rice and grain that are kind of leaned up against each other. So we'll get you guys in just a moment. Who's next up after you guys?
After they go, I call back to the kitchen and I say, to choose the first song will be the lovely gentlemen who have prepared our food for the evening. Please come out here and choose a song for us.
Everyone kind of looks over, and one gentleman stands up and yells out in the kitchen. He's like, "Hey, you're picking the song, mates!" And you see there's two folks come out. One's an older woman, kind of wrinkled face, hair's a bit tattered, but she seems happy and smiling amongst her happy lines are all throughout her face. The other one's a younger guy, probably looking at the features related to her, who's helping her out in the kitchen. They both kind of step out confounded. What's going on?
Yes, what's going on?
Just pick us a song, any song. Everyone, give a round of applause to for your cooks for the evening.
I grab Keyleth and we slip behind them into the kitchen.
All right, stealth checks from both of you guys.
We should.
15.
14.
Okay.
All right.
The distraction was helpful. So you guys slip past seemingly unnoticed. Everyone's attention is on them currently, and they both kind of look at each other, and she goes,
Could you, flute, you say?
Takes the popcorn from her pouch.
Sure. Oh, yeah. That's a good, weird place to put popcorn.
Everybody in the city keeps
It's a busy
popcorn
kitchen.
in their pocket. Pocket porn. Corn.
Could you sing, Clouds Upon the Horizon?
Oh.
That was my favorite as a girl.
It's a ballad, but okay, sure.
Do you have an earring on? Do you have an earring on? Scanlan, I need you to make an ode to the kitchen staff. Could you call the kitchen staff out?
I did already.
You called the kitchen staff?
Yes, they're the ones who are suggesting this song.
Oh shit!
Oh really?
Yeah.
We've just been in the back in that downstairs room where we
Not
didn't know.
paying any attention.
Woo! Well, we're in a separate room.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
Good thought. I had the same one.
We've
That's
just
how we
joined you.
pass that check.
Everybody else, come now, come now,
We'd
come
like
now.
to follow.
All right, so you guys head down. Make stealth checks for both of you. That's going to be a disadvantage on you, Pike.
Poor Pike.
Oh, and Trinket.
Oh shit!
Coming down with you.
Really?
A bear?
Really?
No. Not through the tether.
Every tool has its place.
9. Come on. What else is it gonna be with a disadvantage?
Gunk, 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 gunk.
All right.
16.
After the you're bringing Trinket down there with you.
Is that bad? What else am I?
Yes!
All right.
Here comes Trinket.
As you all are waiting, you guys start heading around.
Oh, no,
and as you're scooting around the kitchen staff, Trinket, who's currently out front, sees everyone scooting around and kind of disappearing into the back, kind of leaning his head into the tavern, goes, and begins walking into the tavern, and other patrons start like, and bear, and other individuals start like standing up and seeing this bear come lumbering through the tavern towards the kitchen.
I come out of the kitchen.
Go get your
I come out of the kitchen. I come out of the kitchen very sneakily. Oh, my bear! I've been looking everywhere for you, Trinket.
Story of my life.
What are you doing in this tavern? Oh dear. We should probably head outside, you and me, Trinket.
You've got 2 minutes.
I tell him, oh no, that's so sad, but I tell him to head back to the keep, I guess.
To the keep or just outside?
To the keep, because what else? He can't just hang out without us there.
Maybe he could stay out.
He's a bear.
In case we do go to the graveyard or something.
Really?
While she's doing this bullshit, I'm gonna just make sure that the rice bags and everything are not trapped. Is there a clear stairways down or?
The bags, you go and lift them. You expect them to be very heavy.
Yeah.
It's actually they're filled with something much lighter. They're false filled, and they actually move out of the way very quickly. And there is the similar hatch that you guys had come through before. It's about a 5 by 5 foot. Go for it.
So mayhaps with the bear entering, there was enough of a distraction for one suit of armor to clankily make its way down?
Yeah.
You would think.
You guys were called into attention
So
with
loud.
Trinket at the same time. So you guys were kind of in the middle of the fray as you were walking past. As you're bringing Trinket out, the attention is pulled away. I want you guys to make another stealth check.
Come on.
Grog,
Come on,
you have
come
disadvantage
on,
on this one.
Girl.
Same rolls. Exact same rolls.
12.
Gunk, 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 gunk.
9.
You guys walk past. As you're stepping into the kitchen, you hear the voice of one of the staff.
Excuse me, you can't be back here. This is our kitchen. We're trying.
I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, she had a lot to drink.
drink.
Had a lot to drink. Oh,
Please.
careful. Yeah, she's gonna
Take
speak.
it outside. Don't do it. No,
She's got-
kitchen.
I need a pen or something.
She's got infectious diseases too. When she spews, everybody catches it.
Like, make a
I have the
make
consumption.
a deception check.
What am I doing?
Let me
Deception
near the
check.
food.
Deception?
I'll say with advantage because Grog is aiding you in this.
Deception or persuasion?
No, deception.
Oh, deception. Deception? Fuck, come on. 12. With
With advantage because Grog's helping you.
Come on, gnome.
Come on.
14.
That's better.
Yeah. Work like you mean it.
Guys, like, well, none here. Right there. And he points to there's a doorway on the other side of the kitchen that leads to the alleyway.
Oh.
And he's like, out there, no,
Just
go,
start
go.
running. I just start running.
Okay, you run. You open the door out into the alleyway, and
I
Grog follows you out.
shrink it outside, and I see them come out the alleyway.
You do if you go out on the other side, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
These fuckers are
So
the
I have
worst.
Trinket hang out in the alley and stay there.
Okay.
And wait for us.
Trinket acknowledges it and goes
Be safe, Trinket. If any danger comes your way, intimidate them and run the other direction. Go home. I love you.
and Trinket just lies there with his head on his paw.
You guys are evil for making me believe it.
All right.
So there's still 2 cooks in the kitchen?
No, one cook has come back in and is currently watching them pretend to vomit in the hall in the alleyway.
I got a 25 when I checked for traps a few minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. There are no traps on this door. It is locked.
All right. I don't know what's down there, but let me take the lead because I've dealt with these people before. And I don't crouch down or anything. I just start, still quietly, but I just walk, head held high, walking down the stairs, motioning everyone to follow who's here.
Okay. As you're doing this, you begin your flout off. I don't know you.
Come on, Jethro
Roll
Tull.
performance.
Am I rolling for performance? 28.
28.
I perform very well. Too many cooks.
Too many cooks.
Oh, don't get it in my head.
Hold on. Sorry, this is important, guys. Once I can get the ad off here.
Gotta make this sense
So
to
as
it.
you pull out your flute
I hope it's Jethro Tull.
and you prepare for this wondrous.
You've got this on your machine?
What a lad.
Is this Jethro Tull?
Yes, it is.
Yes!
Yes!
Let's get to the good part here.
Yeah.
Get that.
Is there a good part?
Oh, this is the full
Jethro
album.
Tull?
It was just one big full album. The song was a whole album.
Oh my
Sure. And as the band picks up behind you,
Come on, Dr. Dra!
Dr. Dramsel picks up his instruments, and you guys start playing back and forth with your flutes, just picking off, improvising off of the classic. You make another perform check. As it appears
Everybody
that.
give it up for Zed on drums! 24.
All right. Haley is trying to keep up, and you can see her face starting to go red. But she's determined on this, and she keeps continuing with pushing this into an improvisational flurry of notes that completely walks around your performance previously done.
Oh, shit.
And you find yourself having to take a step back as she begins stepping up onto the table, and now, even at her gnomish height, is looking over the entire crowd as people who previously were not as interested are starting to turn around and look towards you two
I
playing.
can't be one-upped. I use minor illusion to create sort of a mirror image of myself over myself, also playing the flute.
Make another performance check with advantage.
With advantage?
Yes.
Not as good. 22.
22, alrighty.
I like the Jethro Tull song with no flute.
I know, it's funny.
It was the one song. It was a ballad. She chose a ballad.
Where's the Sure.
You have the best of Jethro Tull over there, or
Apparently,
what,
all the other Tull songs don't have any flute in them.
Well done.
The worst of Jethro Tull.
Big failure on that part. All
Play
right.
the scene for
No,
Anchorman.
it's not.
House records.
Yeah, it was a kid show.
All right. We're gonna go back to the regular type of music. You failed me, Tull. Failed me. It would have been a great moment ruined by your inability to play a flute in your own album.
All right. Jethro Tull would be a great name for a Sith.
Totally.
Jethro Tull.
Careful,
And
careful,
Django
careful.
Tull.
I'm
Django Tull.
still raw. Careful.
Anyway, as it crescendos, what'd you roll?
22.
22. You can see now the volume of her flute playing begins to pull back as you begin to step up onto the same table next to her, twice as high now with the illusionary Scanlan above you, almost like those awkward middle school superimposed photos of yourself in the upper corner.
The lasers in the background?
Yeah. As the music swells and the drums start picking up, and you see Drenzel's now pulled up his violin and is now furiously fiddling along with it. The music swells and swells. The guy in the kitchen who's looking for you guys hears this and now turns his head and goes, "Oh, what's going on?" And looks back in the room. Guys, make one more stealth check.
Come on,
Come on,
come on, guys.
With advantage?
No.
We're all doing stealth checks?
No, just me and.
Just you. I'm gonna drink.
What is fucking going on?
Oh, I give you that cloak.
I got 18.
Oh, there you go.
20.
We don't have an extra roll. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I have a 6.
Okay. And what'd you get?
18. Maybe he'll think it's like symbols or something.
Best 2 out of 3, you make your way in. Thanks to the music. The clanking is over.
How about I pick up Pike? with my 20, and I carry her into
Sure. Go for it. That works out.
Minimal clank.
Yeah.
Stay still. Plank.
All right.
Plank. Hold your abs.
So as the music picks up and swells at this point, make one final performance check.
27.
Like I was bouncing on
27.
the 2 walls now.
With this note, you bring once again the same duel that you guys had when you first entered the tavern, and you and Kaylee are facing off, looking directly at each other, furiously going on your flutes,
Just blowing at each other.
eyes locked, tapping your feet heavily against the actual wood of the table, which is a poof, poof, the rhythmic pounding of your feet and the drums, because the entire room now also slamming their tables in with it as the music builds and builds, until eventually you both take one deep breath and go for that same sustained note a second time. She's challenging you at the game she lost last time. And the two of you both swell into this cacophonous spray of music that hits this one final note that pierces through, and all the slamming stops, and everyone just waits to hear how long it'll go. It carries and carries and carries and carries and carries. The breath never seems to end. Roll another performance roll.
Come on, Scanlan!
Nails everything.
It's a 22, but I'm gonna let her win.
As you begin to trail off the sound of the note, you can see she's starting to already go a little blue in the face, determined to win this, and she's about to falter. You could win this if you want to, but are you going to let her?
With a wink, I end my note.
As the flute leaves your lips and you go into a fake gasp of air, she finishes on a high piercing tune, a trill, and then finishes off, carrying the flute away with a smile as your illusion fades, and the crowd continues.
Ladies and gentlemen,
again with a
Kaylee's
cheer.
fine! Ladies and gentlemen!
You're good. But I'm better.
I just tip my hat to her and say, "Yes, ma'am. It seems that tonight you are." All right, I kick her. I don't know. What am I? I kick her 100 gold.
What? Excuse me?
Said your purse.
Is she gonna inspect it?
You
Maybe
reach
if you
over and
let her
just grab
inspect
your
your
purse. Are you gonna start thumbing through your purse and pulling out gold?
No, your purse. You bet your purse.
I mean, that was a figure of speech, right?
You totally let her win and you're gonna give her all your money?
He forgot about that part.
Drunk, he's drunk.
We
He
shook
forgot
hands.
about it.
I spit in it.
Looks over to Dransel. Dransel goes,
I did hear you say a full purse.
Oh, I hope there's so much money in that bag.
He forgot about it.
My dear, a deal is a deal.
The things you do for
Do
women.
not give her your money! Scanlan, don't
What are you doing,
do
Scanlan?
it.
There was a piece of advice that ever lived.
I untie
Do
the
not give
purse
her money.
and I hand it over to
Do you take any of the gold out secretly before you hand it over to
not
her?
there.
Such a life lesson.
All right. Take it. How much was in there?
2,600.
Oh!
She takes the change purse. And goes,
Oh God! Oh God!
She's gonna
Let
feel
it be
bad.
known throughout this tavern that Scanlan Shorthalt is a man of his word.
Thank you, my dear.
Not much else.
She takes the change purse and flicks it away, and it vanishes in a puff of smoke. She goes, it's a lot of coin.
I get around a lot.
Perhaps have a drink later. And she steps off the table. So now, the rest of you have all made your way down into the storage chamber.
I want to watch this.
Oh, God.
Bye.
Anything we
Well done.
encounter is far easier than what just happened.
Do you want to cry? Because I would want to cry.
Money means nothing to me.
Should we pick should somebody pickpocket her?
Fuck yeah, man.
We're underneath.
back in
We're
your
underneath.
Right now.
Are you going to join them?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Oh wait. Yes. I still have to sneak back there, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh, I just go invisible.
All right. You step under one of the nearby tables and come out.
Oh, my God.
Prove you invisible. Okay. You make your way. stepping through the kitchen, downstairs, and find that you currently right now, Vax,
Yes?
you are going to unlock the latch, you said?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just thinking of Wendy Doodle's art from earlier. That's
Pretty perfect.
Yeah. I'm going to check that door for traps. Is what I'm going to do.
All right, perception check. Well, you already checked earlier. There's no traps. It's just locked.
Earlier, yeah, I did get a 25 up top. Yeah, I thought you were giving me another door. Yeah, 25 up top where the fake bags of rice were.
Right, but it was still locked. You hadn't rolled for
Oh, to pick it? Sure, that's no problem. That is a 23.
23. It's a little tough. You just managed to get it up, and it comes off, and the latch, pretty solid still.
Amateurs.
Okay. You open the... leads down below, and you find yourself looking down into a familiar stairway that leads into darkness.
All right, I know sometimes I can seem like I'm an idiot, but let me do the talking. Yeah? Yeah. And then I start down and lead the way.
All right, so as you
Lead the way.
push down the stairway, we're doing marching order here.
Oh.
So we have it. So we have currently, you're at front. Who's behind Vax?
Me.
All right. Vex is there behind him. Who's behind Vex?
Guess it's.
I am.
All right. Percy.
Oh gosh.
I'm up next.
The low note.
Yeah.
That's the brown note if I've
Right.
ever heard one.
Now, Scanlan, Pike, Grog, who's up next?
Oh, do we roll?
No,
Do we
just
roll?
let me know who wants to go after
You
Keelan.
can't
Pike's
do
in the back,
anything
yeah.
past Grog.
I'm probably in the back
Yeah, I'm
since
just
I
behind
was the
Grog.
last to move.
Okay, so Scanlan will be in the back, and then probably Grog next to him, and probably Pike right there.
Make it a rainbow. Oh, it is a rainbow.
It's a little rainbow.
That's right,
We made a rainbow.
Oh, look at
Almost.
They
All
can't
right.
see it because it's
Oh,
off
yeah.
That's okay, they'll still see it.
It's off camera.
Taste it.
There's a reason for that. All right, so as you step down, the wood creaking with every here and there step, it stops, switches back, and then heads down further. You can see that this area of the room is mostly completed in construction, but a portion of this has been rebuilt. If you recall, last time you guys exited, part of this exit was destroyed. It has been reconstructed, and there at the bottom of the stairway is a thick wooden door wrapped in iron bars, or strips of iron to keep it nice and taut and strong. And you can immediately see 5 locks down the side of the door.
Everybody hold up for a second. Could we crowd surf the bard up to us at the front, please?
Nope. Is that me?
The bard.
Yeah.
The bard, yes.
Grog, toss me forward.
Not really getting his meaning, I grab him by the back of the shirt and I just chunk him.
Being at the bottom of a stairway, I want you to make an acrobatics check.
Oh.
Just past him.
Wait, what's acrobatics?
Yeah.
12.
12. Scanlan. On the ground right next to you. Thankfully, just missing the bottom stair, which would have hurt even worse in the back. But through the slight toss, you take 6 points of damage.
Okay.
From the fall.
Alright.
Bad day
A
for
real
Scanlan.
crink in your back and your shoulder from the impact. You wait, get up.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
scoop a hand under his head and give him a slap on both sides.
What are we looking at?
Listen to me. I'm gonna try to do the talking in here
What we look
because I know these people a little. But if that fails, I need you. All right?
Me? Yes.
Yeah, just
do my thing.
I need you on ice for a little while. All right? So
All right.
just stay between me and my sister.
Okay. Yes, sir.
5 locks.
5 locks, yes.
5 locks.
I want a
want
perception check for traps and for thieves' cant and anything else.
Okay.
That's all right. 20.
Okay. Looking about the locks, none of them look to be trapped. You do notice that there is a bit of scratching on the wood next to each lock. Each one is a different language. What languages do you speak?
I speak Elvish, Common, Abyssal.
You speak the same languages as me.
Yeah, we're related.
Like you grew up together.
Stubby.
Oh, I also speak Undercommon.
Okay.
I do not.
Looking at it, Abyssal, you do recognize 2 of them, and it's the top one and the bottom one, and both of them, the equivalent in common would be a phrase like enter or pass.
Is one of them an Underdark?
Speak friend and
No undercommon, no.
What about Draconic?
Underdark would be undercommon.
Never mind.
Celestial? Elven?
Nothing in Elven.
Dwarvish?
There is a Dwarvish one.
Oh!
You can read that.
I have a belt of dwarven kind that lets me read Dwarvish.
If you could read.
You could tell me. Yeah, you could tell
But
me.
wait, it sounds like the abyssal ones are the
Why
ones that
don't
you
you
have to
read
do.
it to me, and then I'll
Fine.
tell you what it is,
Yeah,
and
but
then it'll
those
be
say
like
enter.
teamwork.
Okay.
We don't know what the other ones say though.
All right. So,
Any in Nomer?
there is the one in the middle is in Dwarven. The two of you recognize it. You walk up and say, "That's Dwarven." But that's as far as you actually understand. You know it's Dwarven. Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Just go for it.
Come on.
Roll.
Go, crowd, go.
20, come on.
Roll d20 and add your modifier.
For intelligence?
Yeah.
9.
You have a -2
Yes,
modifier.
You
Dumb as a bag
it's
of bricks.
Dwarvish. You know Dwarvish?
I do.
Okay. Coming up behind Grog, and you kind of you want to whisper to him and let him have the moment.
Okay.
You recognize the rune. The rune is the common equivalent of enter.
Oh. And none of them are in Elvish.
No, none of them are in Elvish.
Sylvan?
There's no Elvish whatsoever as a part of that.
This word in Dwarvish means gentry.
And
we check
none of
the
it is.
entry?
None of it's in.
Does anyone know? Okay, does anyone know Goblin?
Nope.
No.
Oh, don't you know goblins, Scanlan?
I fucking hate goblins. That doesn't mean I know their language.
All right.
And does anyone know Primordial?
I do.
You know Primordial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
The bottom, the fourth one on the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Like you have the top one and the bottom one, which you read. The middle one, which Dwarvish you guys read. The fourth one is a primordial phrase that says the equivalent, and it is a language of guttural elemental, sounds and stuff. It is a no. It is a no, a stop, a general halt type.
Shit. Don't do that loud.
So that leaves
confusing.
one left.
One to be.
And we don't know what it says. There's no thieves' cant on this door.
No.
So wait, the top one is a yes.
The middle
The
one.
middle one is a yes.
Yes. The bottom one is a yes.
Dwarven
The
is
second
an
one
entry.
down.
We don't know.
The second one down, you do know. That's the one that says
That's no. And then
Oh,
This.
the B slot, we don't know.
Yeah.
So
and then the D.
altogether, there's 5 locks, and we know 4 of them.
Yes.
Uniform, yes.
Is there any way to try to figure out what it says?
Outside of not knowing
I
the
just
language or
wanna
any
look at the
magical
two-
means that would allow you
I'll look
to.
at the 2 in Abyssal. They just say entry. Is that right?
Correct.
Can I? And I already checked for traps, and you said there are no traps, just locks.
No, you have not checked for traps on this one.
Do I need to check each lock?
You would.
Wow.
Do it.
Do you want some,
Why don't you just check
Operation?
for traps on the
Yeah.
2 that are unknown to us or are negative?
do you want an enhancement of your abilities?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
you use
5.
dexterity, right?
Yeah.
I give him, it's like Cat's Grace. I cast enhance ability on him.
You're making this shit up.
Yeah. That.
Kind of, yeah.
All right. So Keyleth reaches out, and you feel your form become even more dexterous. So you have advantage right now on dexterity checks for as long as she maintains concentration on the spell.
So we've got Abyssal, Dwarven in the middle, and
Primordial.
Primordial on the second to last.
And the Primordial says no, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, and then
The Abyssals say yes. The Dwarven said what? Did it
Yes.
say? Yes.
They all say enter.
So
entry.
I want to try to pick the 3 that I know. The 2 Abyssals and the Dwarven say entry.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna, and I have an advantage on.
Did you check the traps?
those. I did. I checked for traps, right?
You're rolling right now to check for
I'm right.
traps.
I'm rolling right now to check for traps.
All right, go for it.
Alright, so
each
the
lock.
top is Abyssal. Here I go.
Natural
20.
20.
Top one is locked, but it is not trapped.
Go for middle.
All right. No, I'm gonna unlock that
Okay, go for it. With advantage.
with advantage.
Balls.
So that's okay. This is lockpick, right? 23.
23. Not a very
Yeah,
complicated
yeah.
lock, the top one.
Okay.
Comes off without a problem. Perfectly silently, you just pull the latch back.
All right, I'm gonna go down to the bottom, to the Abyssal on the bottom.
Go for that one.
Checking for traps.
Natural
20.
20.
You don't have advantage on checking for traps.
Oh, I said you did.
No, for making the checks you do. I'm.
All right, so
This
no,
is for
that was the
dexterity.
second one.
For
I'm
checking
not
the
gonna
trap
take
is an
the
actual.
20.
It's a perception roll.
The perception's 20.
Okay. Bottom one, not trapped.
All right, dwarven in the middle, checking for traps.
Go for it.
20.
That one is also not trapped.
All right, so that's 3. The fourth one was
The
primordial.
Bottom, yes, and don't. Just kidding.
20.
20. That one is trapped.
And just check for the second one.
And the primordial said.
Don't.
The primordial said no.
Yeah. In their language, it's pronounced Hunklf.
But what does it mean? We've got 3 traps.
Did you
check the last?
What the fuck is wrong with you? The ones that say no are traps.
Check the second one.
How is this hard to understand?
That is 26.
26.
The last one.
The second one, the one that
we don't know what it is.
You gather you've seen script like this before. It appears to be some sort of goblinoid language, but none of you actually understand what it says. It does appear to be trapped.
Does appear to be
How
trapped.
about you don't unlock
No, don't tell him.
Do
A, B, and
I'm not
A, C,
alone, and this affects you, asshole.
No, I'm pretty far back up the
unlock the
chain.
ones
You're,
that are
I'm
not
out of
trapped.
this.
No. Seems.
I got a lot of
Unlock the ones
bodies
that are
between
not
me and that
trapped.
door.
Well, you already popped the top lock and nothing happened, right?
So there's 2 that
Oh, yeah.
are
Maybe
trapped.
Maybe that's the
Two
code.
that are
is the
trapped,
one
yeah.
that
All right,
The
I'm
second
gonna
one.
attempt to disarm the 2 that are trapped.
Why are you?
Yeah, do that.
No, do the ones that
What
are.
are you doing?
This
not.
affects you.
It makes
you
perfect sense.
dark
It's like an alarm
sword wielding
code.
dick.
No, I'm serious. You had a good thought.
Why would you do that? Do
Why
the
don't
ones
you-
that aren't trapped first.
Everybody, wait. Everybody, please walk up the stairs 10 feet, please.
Oh,
Leave me alone. Yeah, walk up the stairs 10 feet.
But we won't
I'm
be able
walking
to see
away.
But do the
You're
ones
all
that are
gonna see it.
first.
What are you
Friggin'
doing?
I'm gonna try to open the door, you little asshole.
By
But I don't
fucking
want
with a
you to get burned while I get burned.
I won't be burned because you're not gonna mess with the traps. Just do the ones that aren't trapped.
Just unlock.
I walk forward and I grab.
No, get the.
I grab Scanlan and everybody, and I back everybody up.
Okay. Pull
Get out of
Scanlan
here.
back. Everyone's in the back.
The ones that aren't trapped first.
All right, I'm gonna
Please.
quickly inspire him
What?
to say
Just
say
disarm
this.
or
Well, maybe it's
fucking
like disarming a
Unlock
code.
the ones that aren't.
Because maybe if you do the ones that are
First.
trapped,
They
then it sets up.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Just
I'm
unlock
gonna,
them.
I'm gonna
It's all right. We're all
I'm
gonna
gonna
learn
quickly
a
inspire
valuable
him.
lesson.
Sure.
Okay, how are you inspiring him?
Okay.
I'm gonna
Doors.
play
Using in the background.
I'm gonna read him a limerick.
Go for it.
I knew a Goliath in Whitestone
Whitestone.
who lived in a very, very fine home. Till one day a wizard, or maybe a large lizard, burned it and left him alone.
Okay, so of the 5, at the top and the bottom and the middle, it's Abyssal, Dwarven, and I checked those for traps and there aren't any, so I'm gonna
Unlock them.
unlock them. Yeah, all right. So for the top one,
You already unlocked the top
Did
one.
the top already.
check for traps.
Nope.
So
You actually unlocked it.
unlocked it.
You unlocked the top one. It was
Yeah,
when the latch
you
came open without a
did.
problem.
Yeah.
There's
Do
like-
the middle one.
So I'm saying nothing bad happened.
Can I
code.
use what
It's
I
a
just
code to
rolled
get
for the
in.
middle one?
Code, yeah.
The other ones
no,
are saying
reroll.
no, don't unlock.
Make sure you disarm the other 2.
This is, there's too many people talking. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I just rolled. Advantage. Okay, it's this. I got rolled 10 twice, and that is Thieves, so 23.
23.
Yeah.
The middle one opens. The latch
Okay,
pulls
now
open.
the bottom one is. Shush!
Go for it.
Okay. 29.
29. The bottom one, it's a different type of latch. It's actually a rod that pushes into the door.
Yeah.
And you manage to find a
Naturally.
break in the wood where it's split, and you pull the instrument and pull the latch open. So those 3 are now currently unlocked.
Okay, so.
Try pushing the door.
No,
Here's-
think of your team. Make sure they're all disarmed.
That sword
So
is
here's what we
corrupting.
don't know what's going on. We've got number 1, number 3, number 5 are untrapped, unlocked. Number 2 and number 4 are trapped, but I'm just pushing the door open. It doesn't.
Do whatever
I don't
you
think
want
that's
to.
a good idea.
Try disarming
But I don't have to
them.
make the decision on my own because you're all 10 feet away. from me.
Try disarming them. Sure, why
Do
not?
whatever you want.
Do
Follow
your
your
thing.
heart.
believe in you.
Don't blow up your hand. Disarm those fucking locks. Do it, man.
I believe the children of the future.
You've got advantage, so why not? Fuck it.
Try it.
Vax,
To open
what
them.
is your choice? What do you wish to do in this moment? You have 3 untrapped locks open, 2 locks
And the door didn't
that
open.
seem to be trapped, that were one of which said no.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the door.
You're gonna what?
You push the door.
Push the
okay.
door.
As you push on the door, the two locks on there give no resistance. It seems they were both false locks. And as the door slowly pushes open, you get the feeling that perhaps the traps were based on the attempt to pick them or disarm them.
Good job. Good job, brother.
Good job, man.
High five.
No high five.
Just maybe just like a touch then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice job, Vax.
Nice job, Vax.
You're now looking into a familiar, very dark hallway with very low light by a few torch sconces that just flicker. The material used to keep them burning pretty low, and the embers are starting to drift into a small pile of soot on the stone floor beneath them. You can smell the remaining smoke and scent of burning wood. To the right of you is a hallway that continues down to where spiraling Modeth once lived before you cut his head off. The doors are closed to that room, and it curves off to the left down a long hallway. To the left of where you currently are, the hallway continues into darkness and turns around another corner into shadow.
Okay, so there was a cell that we were in, and there was a larger room where we were surrounded by Modeth and a lot of people.
But there were all the hallways.
You smell anything?
We went around.
What do you think's more
You smell
likely?
the residue of burnt wood and tinder. Nothing beyond that is noteworthy.
Do I see any tracks that look like they could have been from an elf, an old guy with some battle scars?
Make a survival check.
Oh, I can do those too. Can I help her with that?
No. Sorry, her ranger tracking training is far beyond anything you as a barbarian have attempted. Though you are good at tracking naturally as a barbarian, you could attempt to make a roll on your own, but it wouldn't be helping her with it.
Right, yeah.
21.
Never mind.
Okay.
Try it.
No, you're good.
Looking about, it is the stone floor. You do see scuff marks and pieces where dust has been pushed aside by boots. Many footfalls have come through this area, but there's no way to really ascertain any recent traffic or direction.
I would have had to roll a 20, I bet.
While we're waiting, I'm gonna throw my hood over one shoulder and I'm gonna undo my sleeve so that the clasp is back here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just take your shoes off.
No.
Show it to the world. I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
That's
all right.
fucked up.
So wait, are there two different directions, or is it
Yeah,
just one
so
tunnel?
to the right or the left.
Can I ascertain if there's any type of like draft or any?
First of all, already tried. There's no.
Oh, you already tried.
So here's what I'm thinking. I mean, we could sneak through here, and this one is going to sound like a herd of.
Not necessarily. I just cast Pass Without a Trace.
Don't disparage her. She's wonderful and beautiful.
Our chances of sneaking through here are low. I could try to talk us through, and this guy's a threat to them because the kingdom wants him, and they're housing him, and that is not really financially viable. So I feel like perhaps we talk our way out of this. We don't have to go in banging an evil sword, not that we have one
Yeah,
around.
we're down here. Obviously, we belong. Why not just,
I
we
belong.
could shove our way through.
And I'll vouch for you.
Beautiful. Let's do it.
I say we go to the left.
I definitely
we're
would
not-
rather not fight the entire thieves guild.
Yes.
We're not sneaking then.
No.
No.
Because if we did sneak, you could. Don't you have fly or something?
We're in very
Someone?
thin hallway right now.
She would have to do is fly just off the.
I got no flying. I used my only flying potion.
All right. All right. So we're talking our way out of it.
I'm gonna call
We could
out.
try that first.
I'm calling out.
And
Member
then-
of the Clasp entering. I need to parlay.
A moment passes, and you see, stepping out of both sides of the hallway, a number of hooded figures. 5, 10, 15 individuals then begin to close in, all hoods up, cloaks around them. You can see through the dim light the crest of chins. But those of you who have dark vision, you can see some features. They all are humanoid and around human height. A few that are smaller, whether they be younger or halfling or gnomish origin. You can't really make out their details in this circumstance, but they all kind of close in as you guys all stand there kind of in the center of the hallway.
I do start unlacing, and I say, I'm one of you, and I show the tattoo on my back.
Okay. As this happens, you can see there's a part in the crowd, and one much larger than the rest members of the Clasp steps forward, kind of pushing the others out of the way. You see a very thick, square jaw piercing out from underneath the shadowed hood, And the hand pulls it back as you can now see the kind of crooked, pointed ears, snarling nose, and underbite of a mostly orcish half-orc, one of you've encountered once before.
Oh shit.
No. Modeth was human. You killed Modeth.
Okay.
The orc steps forward and kind of looks about the group and goes,
Seems you stumbled into an early grave.
I didn't stumble. I've been here before. I have a fucked up past with this organization, but I have come to tell you. And I'm pointing at the tattoo.
He reaches out and grabs your arm and spins you around to look at the tattoo on your back violently, like he's like a rag doll. You're being treated like a child. Releases you for a second as you kind of fallen off balance for a second, but catch yourself. He has his other hand at his belt side, and you can see what looks to be the pommel of a dagger already. He goes,
Sovereign Uriel knows you have Daxio here. Uriel wants him. You are in danger. This whole organization is in danger with
Silence! Who else knows you're here?
Not a soul.
Wait a second. I do know you. Customs department, wasn't it?
I've been promoted since then. I'm now a supervisor of... It was a ruse. I apologize for it.
As we found out. So, you break back into our facility.
Oh, we didn't actually break in. I mean, we just kind of like, walked. I'm shutting up.
He's a member of the Clasp. He gained entry the way that you do.
But he brings in outsiders, after being warned not to return with them. Yet you say you're here for who was it?
Do you care that the Emperor knows you're holding a person he wants?
He won't be held for long. You can tell the Emperor he's not a worry of ours soon.
Where's he going?
He's a traitor to the kingdom. Uriel wants him. You are bringing danger upon this house.
Uriel's useless.
Uriel has a lot of gold and will probably give a reward.
We have our hand in their coffers, whether we get a reward or not.
Not the kind of reward he's already offering you. We come bearing an offering from Sovereign Uriel himself in exchange for this man. I reach into my bag and I produce...
No gold.
No money.
The very elegantly carved box I had made that contains the magical blue shard that we discovered many, many years ago. And I open it just for a moment and close it and say, this is the Shard of Kara. It is a magical item that can grant the user one wish. Any wish.
But Scanlan, you said we were going to keep that for ourselves.
I did. But it's clear that this man knows who we are and why we've come.
No.
As a last resort, we are cleared to offer this to you in exchange for your prisoner, or are you holding him on as a prisoner, or?
He shushes you. Make a deception check.
Can I help him? Can I assist that?
You know what? You would be. So go ahead and that would give you advantage on this. Okay. So.
Deception or persuasion?
This is deception.
32.
Living.
Let me see your box.
Oh, well.
Hush!
It is activated by a secret chant that we will only tell you once we are safe and the prisoner, or keep, I don't know, are you keeping him as a prisoner, or
waves his hand, shush you once
all
again.
right, as soon as we get the man, you get the chant.
Daxio, huh? He just paid us a rather large sum of money to produce documentation and acquire transit to Ankarel. We've kept him here while he prepared his documentation. And we're to send him on his way through our tunnels to the docks. So you're asking us to betray a client of the Clasp.
And avoid the hammer of the Empire.
And keep the money at the same time.
Sounds to me like you just won twice.
He reaches his hand out for the box.
Where is he? Where is he? All right, here. You can inspect it, scan it for magic if you'd like.
Takes the box.
What's the box made out of?
He hands it to...
Fine oak design.
He hands it to one of his compatriots who takes it and inspects it and pulls out a small glass, kind of puts it over his eye.
Can I kind of druid craft a little bit and druid craft like a little bit of like a breeze coming like seeping from the box?
Interesting.
Like a little bit of
Just lets out a little bit of a breeze.
I pull out a small note that I hold in my right hand.
A little bit of that White Castle.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand?
That White
Ah,
Damn it.
Jesus Christ.
And they're probably pretty persistent.
Oh, did you see that?
Whoa!
That was awesome.
Jumped.
21.
21. You mutter beneath your breath and kind of swivel your hand for a second, and as the other individual is inspecting it with the glass kind of monocle-looking piece, wind kind of drifts around it, and you can see the wood itself almost shimmer, as if the grain of the wood is, moving in a pattern.
I hold up a beautiful, elegant note.
Jesus.
That I show in my hand and then put
Piling
into my
on
mouth.
to this lie.
Yeah.
Very well. We have him in holding, awaiting his documents. I'll show you. I'll leave the door open. We'll clear the halls. Do what you must. He will not be involved. You have an hour.
That's all we need.
What is your password?
Once he is free, then you get in our custody. Then you get.
We'll
the
leave it outside the door.
He puts his hand like this, and other individuals of the class kind of back out and leave into the hallway behind you. He leads you to follow him. And
I say, careful. Do not open that box without the password, or else it will melt your eyeballs out of its head.
No.
Make a deception
Oh,
check.
God damn it.
Unnecessary.
He was going for it.
We had the mark.
Unnecessary.
Oh, no, wait.
Is this deception? What is
Yeah,
it?
11.
They take a few steps, and he turns and looks at you.
You never know, it acts in mysterious ways. Oh, shit!
Opens the box.
Shit.
Inspects the piece of blue crystal.
Can I druid craft a gust coming out of it?
I would not recommend it.
Okay.
He looks over at the gentleman who inspected it earlier and nods his head.
Accepted.
And they continue walking forward. You didn't indeed leave the piece in there.
Yeah.
It's the correct
Fucking
piece.
druid.
It is the piece. You put it in
It's
actual.
a blue shard that we found in long ago. It's
Was it-
real crystal and it's real magic.
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
I know what that is.
Yes,
Okay.
I don't.
Yes, well, it was sufficient upon inspection for this.
Whoa. I think it opens a portal to another plane.
I don't know what it is, but it's magic. And
Is
we-
it the one we got at last Winter's Crest?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
That's
giant-
important.
The one that
hunk
we
of
were like
meth.
using shards of it to carve through dimensions?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh, we gave that away.
Had a few uses. So, as you guys move into the hallway, a bunch of the class members leave. You're led down a couple of doors on the left and right. You guys recognize these. These are the holding cells, where you guys were held
Yep,
shortly
we were held
after
in
you were
these
battled
cells.
with the...
These give me bad.
So, the cell on the left is closed. The cell on the right is closed. He walks up to that cell without an even bit of noise, pulls out a key ring, unlocks it.
It's impressive.
Puts the keys away. Turns around, the rest of the clasp scatter out of the hallway. He puts the box away into his cloak and says,
1 hour. Do as you must.
I take the keys. We've got two to choose from.
No, he's at the door. He unlocked one for you.
No, but there's two cells, or he's opened the cell that he's in?
There are 3 cells in this hallway.
Yeah.
The middle cell is the one that he led you to and then unlocked for you.
Okay, thanks.
And he steps away, looks at the rest of you guys,
There are 5 locks on each cell.
and then vanishes down the hallway. So it's now just you guys in
Did
this
you give him the
hallway.
password?
I have not given him the
Good,
password.
No, because he already opened the box.
Daxio, we've got your papers. Come on.
Just because I foresee something possibly.
I think we were
happening
saying the password made it work. But then.
Yeah, I told him he needed
think he
a
knows we're
chance
full
to
of
use
Yeah,
it.
I think he knows it's super powerful magic anyway, and he doesn't give a shit. He's taking it.
Yeah. That's good because man, this was some bullshit.
Yeah.
Right.
Balls.
So.
That just means we're not chipping him. It's a fair trade.
All right. So, you guys are all gathered in this hallway.
God.
Who is standing where?
Where did he leave from?
You guys entered this direction.
Okay, then I'm
and they
over
scanned
on that
this
end.
way.
I'm gonna lock eyes with Grog, and motion him towards one side of the door, and
Wall
I'm
of
gonna
stone
take
the
the
other
other.
side of the hallway.
Yep.
Yeah, block him in.
And
Just
I'm
to block them from coming down that hallway.
my daggers are
I
out.
can. Yeah.
Okay, your daggers are
Block
out.
wall of stone that other side.
I'm gonna go ahead and block in the entryway for good measure.
Right here.
Yeah.
I thought the one that he left through.
Okay, they left this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wall this off.
Yeah. Why not?
There is now a wall of stone in the middle of that hallway.
Hope we don't have to leave that way. I guess you
Yeah.
can just.
I mean, we can get it out.
All right, so who is standing where? Is any particular placement you guys
Bax
wish
and
to
I
do?
are on either side of the door.
All right, so you guys are here. All right.
Going stealth.
So is this leading into something?
This leads
crazy?
into a cell.
Into his
Into a
cell.
labyrinth or just a
Just
cell?
a cell.
Just
As
a cell.
far as you know, a cell.
As far as we know, just a
This is
cell.
how he's messing
This is
with
how
you.
it's done.
He just completely took an
That's a
expensive
good,
thing and left us to rot, pretty much, I think.
Anyone else want to change this arrangement?
Yeah, let's fine with that.
Sure.
We are in a giant death cluster. How
Yeah.
about we spread out a touch? Like 2 people to a door in that hallway.
What? So wait.
All right, I'll take the other door.
Are we?
I'll take the other door.
Okay, I'll go down with Scanlan on the other one so I can range
You
attack.
range attacks, yes.
I'm just saying, if he took out a magic spectacle and knows that we're full of shit, we're all gonna
I'm
die.
gonna stand with my back against the wall that she's built up.
Okay.
Like that, yeah.
Did half-orc dude say he was just in this cell? That's all he said.
Yeah.
He said
They're
we have an
essentially, they
hour.
unlock the cell and they're walking away, they're turning their heads away, letting you do
got
what
an
you
hour.
want. You
How
have
do we
an
know
hour.
that that's the one that he's in?
We don't.
Or
don't.
Let's find out.
In any of them.
Why don't you go in and kill some shit?
Everyone's good with this arrangement?
Is there any other entrances or anything else around?
There's just this door and this door, and they're both currently.
Fine, go for it. Yeah.
And I called out already.
I would like to rage.
Okay. Let us go ahead and, for the sake of this, roll initiative, depending on what happens going forward, just so we have that
Honey, I
locked
would
in.
like just in case, eh?
Just because I have a fear of construction paper.
Fear of construction paper.
Advantage.
Yeah.
What did construction paper do to you?
It's done so
What
many
did it not do?
things.
I got 9.
All right, so 25 through 20.
25.
25.
26.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you?
Really?
Come with me,
20 to 15.
17.
Nice. 15 to 10.
14.
14.
All right. And what did Ashley get?
9.
Of course.
Of course.
I would expect nothing less.
I'd like to think that she looks both ways before attacking. Just
All right, so you rage.
I rage.
Who's doing what now?
Vax is our point man.
Well, we're both at the door, and I called out, so I guess we'll wait
Check
a
for
moment to see if he.
traps.
Nah.
No.
A moment passes.
You want to check? I can open the door.
Well, I already went stealth earlier too, and got a 25 on the stealth check. I can go again if you want.
Do you want to try and stealth in the room?
If we wait like 30 seconds and nothing happens.
Nothing
yet.
happens, yeah. Okay, we can still check.
No. 21.
Okay.
I'm not
All right.
moving, I'm just
So,
standing in place.
As you
He thinks you're going in.
push in the doorway, quietly, you see, for a moment inside, you can see there's a little bit of light from the overhead in the room that kind of lights it up. You see in the distance what looks to be a latrine in the far corner, and as soon as you peek in the doorway, you glance out the side of your eye line and immediately see a figure and a flash of metal.
Okay, I'll use uncanny dodge then.
All right.
Unless it's an area effect. If it's an area effect, I'll use evasion.
No, it is a direct attack as a giant metallic glaive.
Okay. Uncanny dodge.
Comes down to you. That is going to be a 19 to hit.
It hits.
All right. That is 18 points of piercing damage.
Right, so that
or
becomes
sorry, slashing damage.
9 points with the uncanny dodge.
At this point now, you revealed the interior, and right here at the door, you see there standing Daxio right before you, armored up, sweat in the brow, holding what looks to be a large glaive, a halberd-type weapon with a giant, like, it's kind of blade at the tip, who just whack strikes you and gets back in defensive position. You, I knew it.
Isn't he old?
Daxio's a mature elf.
Can I move and then hold my turn? Move and hold? Hold the actions?
You've moved in. You could ready your action if you'd like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Could I just use my movement and then wait?
You could if you like.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to circle around him. I'm never going to leave him. I'm going to go all the way around and circle him and wait. And then my trigger is when Grog steps up to him.
You can't move through other creatures in this
I can't
area.
go around him?
No, he has you blocked off
At
in
the
the
door.
doorway.
Okay.
And it's like squared off with you right now with the glaive.
Is Grog considered 5 feet away from him?
Grog is considered 5 feet away from you, yes.
Oh. Then I'm going to sneak attack him.
Not 5 feet away from him.
From me?
In order to sneak attack a creature, you have to have an ally adjacent to the enemy, not to you. The idea is they're being harried by 2 different points and can't form a good defense.
All right, then I'm going to use disengage. I'm going to step 5 feet back.
Okay.
I'm going to use one action to click my boots of haste.
Alrighty.
And then can I attack because the boots are on after that?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll throw a dagger at him.
Okay.
That is 24.
24 does hit.
All right. 11 from the keen dagger.
Alrighty, got it. Cool.
Do we?
All right.
We do. We don't want to kill.
We have now officially, as of this moment, entered combat. You technically would be next in the initiative round at this point, but you're holding your action until. What are you holding your action until?
I was only going to do that if you told me that I could move around him. Now that I know that I
Right,
can't
so you do
move
that?
around
Okay.
him.
Okay, never mind.
Asking rules.
Gotcha. All right, cool. So that will be the, in theory, the first opening to the battle. Now we start the initiative order.
Okay.
All right. So now we're starting off. Vex, you're up first.
I call out, Daxio! Don't be a moron. Step outside and lower your weapon. You're surrounded.
It's nice.
Go make an intimidation check.
Man.
Do it, do it, do it.
You were using your deep voice, so
My
you
deep voice
you get
to
advantage.
intimidate him more. 13.
13. Okay. You
Yes.
shout it out and it echoes through the hallway. Who knows if it's landed or had an effect yet? You can't see him from your current perspective.
Should I walk forward or should I keep?
He's in there by himself and no other
I
enemies.
mean, as far as we know.
Why don't you check the other door?
Can I? No.
Whoever's
I'm
in
gonna
there
stay.
is locked in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay where I am, I guess.
Alrighty. So you stay there. Next up is Vax and Percy.
I'm going to disengage and back up against the back wall.
You've already disengaged.
Already have? All right, so I'm going to back up and hold.
You want to tell him?
You okay? So you back up, or you notice as you're at this point, step 5 feet back, that weapon he's carrying is pretty long and has a pretty decent reach. You may have to disengage to get out of there without taking another strike.
But if I were to go left or right, would I be out of range of hitting him because of the doorway?
You would be over here probably, yeah.
So if I move sideways either way, I can't hit him.
Correct.
So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just step back against the back wall and hold.
Are you using your disengage action or not?
Was I within 5
I thought
feet
you
of
would
him?
already disengage.
Yes, I'm going to use disengage.
Okay, so use your bonus action to disengage this time. Because you're not used to fighting these long polearm weapons.
Yeah.
As you begin taking another step back, you realize he can actually hit you from further away than you expect.
Can I have you use my bonus action to hide?
Sure. Go ahead and roll stealth. All right, and now you're going to go ahead and hold.
Natural
until-
20.
Okay. You vanished. Wow. You hold until what? What do you want to be the triggering?
Until Rod steps in.
Okay. All right. Next up is Percy.
Is there a grill on that door? Any kind of?
No, it is a solid door.
It is a solid door.
It is currently open, but.
Oh, no, I mean on the door that I'm next to.
Oh no, that is closed. It is a solid door.
I'm gonna stay where I am and hold my action until I see somebody I want to shoot in the hallway.
Okay, good to know. All right, that brings us to Grog.
I bellow out. You're in for the fight of your life if you don't drop your polearm. The next thing that hits the ground if you don't will be your skull.
Are you using your action to intimidate?
Yes.
Okay, go and roll an intimidate check.
Don't you have some sort of intimidate
Yeah,
thing?
like power, because you're barbarian.
Yeah, you do. You have
He's not in a frenzied rage, though.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
but
Never mind.
I'll take Craven
Well, I think
Edge
you'd be
out
decent at rage.
and leave him unsheathed, which gives me an advantage on intimidation checks.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
That's,
That
Good.
doesn't count.
17.
17. Okay, you can see now with the blade forward, sweat dripping down his face, kind of this look of a cornered animal. And as the sword comes out, the shing kind of ringing sound in the air, and the shadows kind of coalesce around the black obsidian blade. He gives you a look, and he's questioning his current circumstance, but seems to be holding firm.
What do I have left in my turn? Anything?
You have your bonus action and your move.
Bonus action, bonus action. What's a bonus action? I do.
I don't know what you can do.
If you're in a frenzied rage, it would be another attack, but
Oh.
That makes me tired as shit. No, I won't do anything else.
okay, you
Stay
stay
there,
there.
yeah.
Alrighty. Now being his turn, Daxio is just going to curve around the side, looking at you with the glaive in position, kind of responding to your intimidating act. Takes the blade and swirls it around and goes for your legs. So that's going to be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alrighty. This is going to be, as the glaive sweeps under your legs, trying to gash across, that is 8 points of slashing damage.
Halved because I'm raging.
Plus an additional 5 points from its superiority die.
From its what?
Superiority.
It is attempting
Fighter.
to trip you. Go ahead and make a
Fighter.
strength saving throw.
Battlemaster.
Do I have a advantage?
It's like
on
a
these?
chess player.
Ability checks, not your saving throws during.
Strength checks and strength saving throws, advantage?
Is that what it says? Does it say
Yeah,
strength saving
advantage
throws?
on all strength checks and strength saving
Oh,
throws.
yeah, then yeah, you would have advantage on this.
Haha. 26.
26. You stand firm in your position. The blade strikes and gashes open a part of your shin, but you just hold your place there, kind of leaning against the wall for support. Doesn't affect you.
So 13 total, halved, so 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next is going to, you know what? It's just going to go ahead and attempt to strike you 2 more times.
Wow.
That is going to be a 16 to hit.
Misses.
And this one is going to take a -5 on that one. That was a... Oh, okay. No. All right, that's 24.
That'll hit.
All right, this is going to be a Great Weapon Master Strike, so this is 20 points of slashing damage. After 10.
Whoa.
10.
Whack! And is going to hold firm in his current position, kind of like daring
inside.
anyone to come near, yeah. So holding this pincher point. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Talk to
kind
him.
of peek around Grog and try and cast Hold Person on him.
Okay. What's the DC on that?
18. It's just my spell's DC, right?
Okay, well, that is 17. However, it's going to use Indomitable to re-roll saving throw.
Oh.
That is going to be a 20. So, as you finish the spell, you can see his head beginning to be affected and just shrugs it off with sheer force of will. Anything else you want to do in your turn?
This guy's annoying.
Yeah,
No. Yes.
Okay. Then it's Keelan's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I just said yes.
Oh.
Yes.
What do you want to do?
No, wait. No, I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it.
No.
Never mind. No.
No.
Go.
Scanlan, what are you doing?
I can't see him yet, or I can?
No, not right now. You just see this blade going out the doorway.
And I saw Keyleth cast that spell, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Almost worked.
I run up a little closer to be in visual range, yeah?
There you can see him, yeah.
And I will do the same fucking thing, and I'll cast Hold Person on him as well.
Okay.
With my hand cone.
Hand cone. That is natural 1.
Hey! Yes.
He's going to use his other use of Indomitable to attempt to
He has
reroll it. 2, but this is the last one. That brings him to 19.
19.
Just beats
He
your
has
DC.
to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what he was doing? Against my spell save? Is that what it is?
Damn.
Wait, no, that is a 17. Sorry, I just did the math.
Ha-ha!
Yes!
Oh.
So it does go through.
Oh.
So, as you finish the Hold Person, he locks up into place and
Yes.
seems to be tense, his eyes darting around with an angry fury. Anything else you want to do?
I will, with my bonus, can I talk to him?
Yeah.
I will say, hey man, just give up already, come on! Come on! That's my intimidation.
Make an intimidation check.
21.
21. He seems visibly shaken by the presence of the two of you and the fact that he can't move right now. That's the best I can give you at the moment.
We take his weapon
Can't
from him
move
since
right
he can't move.
Well, look, I'm holding him.
All right, that ends your turn, I believe. Pike.
Okay, can I intimidate him to give me his weapon?
Well, he can't move.
He can't move?
Can you go up
I
and
am
Can I go up and try to
paralyzing
take his
him.
If
weapon?
you want to. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Excuse me, pardon me.
5. So you step up into the hallway.
Oh, shit.
And you walk up to him, and he's kind of towering, looking at you, sweat dripping down his face, hair kind of matted across the side of his chin.
do it, Pike.
Do it.
What are you doing?
Please give me your weapon.
Roll intimidation check.
Get more flies.
What about
Honey.
a sweetness check?
It does. It's probably not going to work with the 4.
With the 4. The eyes, though frozen, still manages to roll his eyes. As the armored gnome walks up and requests his weapon, and is no longer paying attention.
Can you just take it from him?
Can I just take it from him?
Go ahead and make a strength check. Just roll and add your strength modifier.
That's good.
18.
Oh wait, it
Oh,
might
wait.
be higher than that.
No. 18?
18. You go and grab, and all the muscles tensed up. It's like a vice grip, and as you pull and pull and pull, you to no avail. You're unable to wrestle from his grip.
Dang it. Okay, so close.
That ends your turn. Back up, Vex.
All right, I guess I walk. Look at us all bunched up in this little hole.
Yeah, this is a bad circumstance for a party.
I'm gonna stay where I am,
Okay.
and I'm gonna just call out, "You're being really stupid, obviously. You are outnumbered. You are frozen. You should probably just, give up.
He is
Give
held.
up.
All right.
And
Yep, Vex.
also, we probably can't tell if he's giving up because he
He's
probably
frozen.
can't talk.
Can we hold our moves until... Okay, until Grog. I want to hold my action until Grog gets him to move.
Okay,
Until
well,
he moves
What
out.
action do you want to hold? What are you going to do?
Do I have to say what I'm gonna...
Want to know what you're readying, essentially.
I wanna... If anything attacks us, I want to be able to attack it.
Okay, good to know. Same person? All right, then Vex, the same?
I'm gonna wait to see what Grog does.
All right.
As soon as Grog's done, I'm throwing.
Grog, what are you doing?
Can I squeeze by Pike, or do I need to pick her up and move her out of the way?
Technically, being held doesn't threaten the square, and you can probably walk around Pike, so you could get into the room. I'd say right now, because you can't really defend it or keep you at bay with this weapon.
Walk, that's cute. I would like to run past Pike and bear form tackle him.
Okay. All right, so we're doing a full
full shoulder in the
Bear
gut,
form?
wrapping my arms around his legs, picking him up. And
Don't
slamming
you
him
wish
into
we
the
had
ground.
trinket
Oh,
now?
it's like football drills.
Yeah.
You're running into a what are those?
Guy
things?
standing up, and you're just driving into him with your whole body
Nice.
mass.
Why do we need trinket? We have a small giant.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Yes. 19.
19? That's fine. He can't even defend at this point. So you push him back 5 feet, and you manage to push your way into this, and kind of just shove him further into the room. Which
But not to the ground?
Just wanted to take him to the ground.
Yeah, I wanted to tackle him and be on top of him.
Yeah, you know what?
He prone.
On the ground, and you are like right over lording the space.
Awesome.
Okay. That you're gonna do your turn?
Can we just...
I can't attack, right? That's all I got?
You can move.
No, I'll stay there.
And are we able to tell from what Grog just did what he does? Does he react or does he just go goo?
He just falls over because he can't move his muscles.
Can
dude.
can we move his muscles, or is he, like, frozen?
You mean like use them like Weekend
Like,
at
can
Bernie's?
can we handcuff him while he's...
Yeah, can we? That's what I was gonna say. Can we tie him? Tie him up?
If it gets to your, you can attempt to if you get to him on your turn.
Hog time.
Okay.
So, Grog, finish your turn.
Yep.
Comes to Daxio's turn. Daxio's coming to resist. That's a natural 20.
Oh.
But wait, you were holding your turn until Grog moved
Until
him.
Grog does his thing.
Right.
Yeah, but I wanted to see what happened, so it would be after this.
Right.
Really. I
So,
wanted to see what happened.
as Daxio's up on the ground, muscles lax for a second and looks up at you, and can't do anything because that was his turn, but is no longer seemingly affected by the ability, and just looks up with you with eyes flicking around with thoughts and trying to formulate a plan here.
Yeah, like what you see, don't you?
Max, what do you want to do?
All right, so I'm hasted because I did the boot, so I'm going to use haste to climb through my friends, over Pike, under Grog's legs, and I'm going to flip daggers over. I'm going to bean this guy in the face a couple of times.
Okay.
Should be a sneak attack the first time because it's because of Grog being.
Make an acrobatics check.
All right. That is 30.
30. Landing on the opposite side of the room. On the other side of Daxio, you jump off of Grog's back, land, and go for your attack.
All right, I'm going to blunt edge him 3 times.
You have advantage on both of these attacks because he is currently prone on the ground.
So the first one is a natural 20. That's also sneak attack,
That'll
so
do.
that doesn't get quadrupled, does it? It's just...
No,
It's
just
already doubled from sneak attack.
correct.
This is a
No-
critical
How
hit.
does that...
Well, no. It's double because it's a critical hit.
Okay.
That's all.
Oh, right. Sneak attack, you just get the additional 6, remember?
Yeah. Okay. So, and then the second one is 23.
23, both hit.
Okay. And then did I use all my movement to climb through the scrum, or do I have my third attack?
Well, no.
I don't know how much...
The movement wouldn't affect your attack at all. Your movement is just your movement action.
So I do have a third attack then.
You would in theory.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 17.
17 does it, yes.
Okay, so the first one, blunt, using the end is
And then add your 6.
11.
Jesus.
2, 3, 7, 10, 15, 19.
Plus.
19 times 2.
19 times 2, right, is 38 plus the 7, so 46 for the first.
6 points of damage.
That's blunt, though, and 2 plus 6 is 8 on the second, and
All right.
7 on the third.
Alrighty, got it. Additional 15 on that. So as you slam the daggers into each side of his head, you can see cracking the side of the temple, blood beginning to pour out the side of where the impact hit. He's kind of staggered momentarily from the impact, but is after the third strike hit, manages to bring the glaive up to try and defend himself at this point. That'll be it. That in your turn. That
Did
brings
I use all my movement to get there, all of it?
You could try and get away if you like.
Yeah.
With the haste, you would have more movement. Yeah.
I'll go back 10 feet. See what happens. He's on his back, so he could probably take a swing at me if he was on
No,
his
he tries
feet.
to. It's with a disadvantage.
All right. Yeah.
rolled a 2. That's whack, hits the tile. All right, that brings us to Keyleth.
He's down on the ground?
Yep.
I was gonna say, I can. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and vine him.
Grasping vine?
Yeah.
To where?
To, oh right, because it's gotta be like against a wall.
Oh, can't be the ground.
Can it be the
It could
ground?
probably be the ground if you want to.
Yeah, can I just essentially just entangle him into the ground?
Sure. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so the 4th level, grasping vine. All right. Dexterity saving throw. It has a disadvantage on. That is a failure. All right. So is now and
while prone.
Yeah, he's down.
That's hot.
All right. So it's technically the spell doesn't grapple. It just pulls things towards it. It just moves things around the battlefield.
Yeah, that's right.
So the vine pulls him closer to the ground.
Can I do like entangle instead and kind of just do like a concentrated entangle?
Entangle would affect the entire floor of that room. Yeah. So grasping the vines around him, you don't know how much of an effect it'll have when it comes to his turn, but
It may.
we'll find out.
Disadvantage.
All right, we'll give him one
You
more
did
chance.
great.
Yeah.
There's also your
probably
bonus
not a
action. You
lot.
can still use your action to cast another 2nd level if you wanted to.
Now speak with animals.
We're kind of.
Are you good?
Commune with
I mean, I can try and
nature.
hold person him again. Do we want to do that? I can hold person him
No, we
again.
want to hear what he has to say, I think.
Yeah.
Can I?
Hold his legs.
Charm him?
Can I do a druid craft, Matt? A druid craft where I druid craft a vine like around his ankles.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Out of the
cool.
grasping vine, a little vine goes around the
It
leg.
just kind of tries to
It's more of a grapevine.
around his ankles.
Be really pretty to grow plant.
grapevine.
A white or
Grapevines
red?
are pretty
Grapevines are pretty hard.
Good one.
Oh,
Good
that's-
one. Okay, Scanlan, you're up.
Me? Jesus. Hey! Hey, dude! Come on!
Hey!
Can you give up, please? Can you please give up? I'm just gonna intimidate him again.
Okay. Roll an intimidation check.
Come on, roll so high.
It was a dead roll. It's the same roll, but not wonky. This is intimidate. 22.
Okay. You get the sense now that these rounds of perpetual pressuring Daxio and now recovering his position in this fight, and you guys have stepped into this room with him, he's become less of a sensible individual and more of a desperate man lashing out as a last stand. And your intimidation shouts are falling upon deaf ears.
Okay.
Balls.
End your turn?
Is that my action?
I'd say because you're already there and you're shouting at him, it can be a bonus action. So if you want to take your action still.
Do anything. I'm just circling fucking people. Well, if we're fighting, then I can't do much. I will blind him this time.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Sure.
I'll blind him at a level 3.
Level 3 blind.
Oh, blind.
With science.
All right. So at a level 3, it just means you can target an additional creature.
I know. I just don't have any level 2 slots.
Okay, so spend it. No worries. All right. So make Constitution saving throw. DC. That is a 19.
That's 19, so he saves.
So he saves, unfortunately.
Ah,
Sorry.
this guy sucks.
Oh wait, I can blind one other person?
Do you want to?
No,
Okay. All right. Mike, you're up.
Oh, jeez, I don't know what to do. So intimidating is not working.
It seems to no longer. He's
Can we
not
just
interested.
take him out of there now that he's all tied up?
He's not.
He's not tied up. The vine kind of grabbed around, but doesn't appear to be really changing his physicality right
Can
now.
I make with my can I spiritual weapon a sort of holding like a
railgun of
like a moth
It's a weapon.
like a cocoon
Sort of
weapon
omen.
like a
Spiritual weapon.
Like a
Weapons
Nerf.
in the name. What kind of weapon would you want to summon?
I want to make a lasso again.
Okay.
Lariat.
All right.
A lariat. Maybe with a little stinger on the end.
Ooh, that's fancy.
Just to listen.
All right. I'll put a little lasso there. A little something lasso.
So his arms,
Well, we have to see if
it works.
If it works. So go ahead and roll and add your spell attack.
Feel free
It
to
has
use
advantage
it.
because he's prone still.
Oh shit. Okay, I already committed to this one. It has advantage.
Yeah! That
Natural
would
20?
be a natural 20.
Right.
No!
He is also now grappled.
He's grappled. Also now grappled?
Correct.
Okay.
With the stinger.
Can the stinger like go right here to his neck?
Sure.
All right. You.
It's right there. Your little the spiritual energy wraps around the body. It's held there with the vine, both kind of holding him there, and the stinger up over the throat.
Brother, come on. What are you gonna do?
We
Okay.
we take him the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we gotta take him out.
Now.
That ends your turn?
Manacle,
Yeah.
take him the fuck out.
All right.
But I can still.
Huh?
Has he dropped his weapon? No.
No, weapon's still clutched to him and like wrapped up.
Can I try to intimidate him with my extra bonus attack and tell him to drop his weapon?
You get the sense he can't drop it because he's currently like everything is wrapped up to
Oh,
him
'cause it's in
between the
there.
lasso and the vine, and intimidation doesn't seem to be affecting him anymore.
Okay.
How long does the spiritual weapon last?
It's concentration, so it can be a number of rounds as long as she uses a bonus action to maintain it.
Concentrated.
Okay.
So concentrated.
Yes, I would recommend it. Vex.
Concentrated
Me.
weapon.
Yes.
Okay. Oh no, should I go in the room?
Room's kind of busy in my opinion.
I feel like I don't want to.
Do
I
it.
just
You can't do
okay.
anything
You know
to
what?
you.
I'm gonna hunter's mark him.
Just walk up to the
Okay,
door.
so you're gonna get over.
Alright.
Still can't see him at that distance, unfortunately.
Seriously?
You don't have, you stayed at the far back. So.
Well then, fuck it. I'm gonna just stay where I am.
Yeah, let's keep point.
I'm gonna keep point. I'm gonna stay
Okay.
at the back of the hallway just
All right.
in case.
Vax person.
Again, still
Holding.
hiding. Hidden.
Okay, I've still got daggers turned around. I'm gonna knock this fool out.
Go
Put
for
it
it.
right on his chin.
Okay, yeah, and you guys are right on top of him. So first one is advantage because he's grappled and down,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Put it that nerve
So
bundle.
first one is 22. Second one is natural 20. Third one is 20.
All right, so go for it. All three
right.
attacks hit.
All right, so the first one is regular attack.
Well, he can't choose which one's the sneak attack.
Well, there's no... sneak attack. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I meant
Yeah,
the
first one's the sneak
critical
attack.
was on the second one.
Correct.
So
Yes.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, no worries.
So the first one is 11 plus double this. 11 plus 4, 8, 12, 15, 16, 22. So that's 44
You
plus...
don't double it.
It was,
just
oh,
how
the
it
second
goes.
one's the critical attack.
Yeah.
Critical attack, thank you. 22 plus 7 is 30. I have 3 attacks. 31. Second one is, that's easy, 14. And the third attack is 10. The second was critical, but much smaller.
Alrighty. Whack whack! Slam down into the face. You can see the nose actually breaks under the blunt of the weapon, and blood begins to pour out from his nostrils. He's like fighting now and like coughing up.
Who's gonna tie him up? Who's in the fucking room?
And I'm going to jump back another 10 feet again.
Okay.
And
so-
pull him out of the room. Anyone?
And Percy, you're holding still?
I'm holding.
Alrighty. Grog.
I'm gonna take manacles out of the bag of holding, since he's holding, his arms are pinned to his chest, and I'm gonna clasp it on both of his wrists.
Okay.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna pick that motherfucker up on my shoulder and walk out of the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I'd like to try.
Okay.
And I can help.
You can by just controlling it with your mind. Is the last. At least you're still keeping him bound. So, I will say go to make an athletics check just to.
Strength or athletics?
It's be athletics.
Nice try.
I know.
No, athletics is better for you technically.
It is. 20.
Yeah, no. You lift him over the shoulder.
Sack of
Past
potatoes.
Pike. Take him out into the hallway. You gonna keep him on your shoulder, or slam him down?
Yeah, I was gonna slam him into the wall.
Whams! Whack into the wall. Just go ahead and roll 1d6 plus your strength modifier. I'll say for the sheer force of this near, currently helpless individual slammed against the stone wall.
7.
All right.
Can I toss Grog some of the infinite rope and tell him to tie up his ankles too?
As you're held down? Sure. So Vex yells out to you and throws you the source of the infinite rope. You grab and begin, if you want to, start tying up. All right.
Loot tying? I mean,
Rage
time.
Rage time. All right, great. Now it comes to Daxio's turn, who's currently trying to resist the grappling and your attempt at doing that.
In there.
It's going to be a natural 20 on an athletics check.
Yeah, but he's got his ankles tied up.
Not no more, you don't.
Ankles tied up.
Ankles tied, and he's got manacles.
Well, your turn
Manacles
was
too.
the manacles are there. Your turn was to lift him up and slam him into the wall, and you're beginning to wrap him up. His turn immediately afterward is he breaks out of the lasso.
Spirit weapon.
The spirit weapon lasso, and at that point still manages to get back with half the movement onto his feet.
Jeez.
I can't take my turn now, can I?
He's out of
You
all
can
of it?
after this.
He's out of all of it.
No, not all of it.
And still has the manacles on, which holding the polearm right now wouldn't do too much of a disadvantage to him. So I'm going to say for this round it doesn't do anything.
I didn't roll for this. Except he gets to hold it.
I know, it'd be close. It'd be a
the manacles
close
are pretty
grip.
tight.
He wouldn't
Come
be able
on,
to like
if
get
you
a firm grip on the swing. It would
That'd
be
be
like
a hard ass.
Be fine.
Could be worth it.
Alright.
Fighter.
As a staff user, that's
pretty
doesn't give you
hard.
a whole lot.
No, but it gives you something.
He's
It
trained
gives
for
you
years.
something,
All
I
right, so
guess.
disadvantage on the attacks with this, but they're all against Keela.
Oh no.
To the team.
You know what? Bring it, bitch.
So Daxio gets up, seeing Grog had taken a majority of the attacks, and looking over at the druid that made the vine curl and drag him to the ground, turns over and is going
Sup?
to make 3 strikes against you.
Sup?
The first one is going to be. All right, that is a 15.
Miss.
All right. Second one. Natural 1 on the second roll.
Nice.
Just metal slinking against the wall. Third one is going to be a 17.
Ooh.
17 is exactly what he needed.
17 does hit. All right. Is going to try and trip attack you. So you take, as this third strike, 6 plus 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And make a strength saving throw.
15.
15. With that, whoosh, slams it around and hits you right about the kneecap. The blade hits the armor and it guards most of it, but the sheer force of the impact knocks you off your feet and you land face down on the ground in front. With that, Daxio uses that momentum of the strike to go and use the action surge ability. It's going to do 3 more strikes against your now prone self. So even with disadvantage, you're prone, so each attack has no disadvantage against you.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotta die.
He's gonna die.
We're trying too hard.
It's a natural 20 on the first one, and these are all Great Weapon Master. This one is going to be a 23, and that one's going to be a. Sorry, that was going to be an 18, and this one is a 21.
Okay.
Okay.
So all 3 hit.
Uh-huh.
The first one being
This is
critical.
all for that staff
I
comment?
got you, girl. I got you, girl.
That's
This
all,
is-
still all for that staff comment?
That's harsh.
Pretty much.
It's pretty harsh.
No, that's harsh.
Harsh.
But also, given the circumstance that you were from his perspective, the one that was trying to hold him in place too, and Grog hasn't taken much visual impact from the blows, and you're the one that's currently protecting him from rushing out that direction. Say what you want, but anyway, that is cool. 14. 30 points of slashing damage from the first strike. That's the critical. The next one is 24 points of slashing damage.
Oh, God.
And this last one is 21 points of slashing damage.
She's out.
No.
Okay.
No,
awake.
she's
She's awake.
standing.
Alright.
I mean, she's not, but.
What are you
That
at?
ends Daxio's turn. You're up, Keyleth.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, Percy, you're making your action. That's right.
I'm gonna take.
Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me.
I'm gonna pull
Oh God.
grit shot to the hands
Okay.
with the new pistol.
Fuck him up,
New
Percy.
weapon?
Fuck him up.
It's gonna fall
That
down.
might
Right.
explode.
Wile E. Coyotes.
Yeah.
Shit.
Misfire.
I'm not gonna be able to
Okay, no.
bring that to life.
That's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
All right, drop it.
All right, make strength saving throw.
Let me double check.
No, I made a change to that because.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So that was kind of intense. That is going to be a 21
against
your DC for all your other abilities. So I'm pretty sure that he resists it.
Against my DC.
Against your DC, yeah.
Where's
so
my
you take the first shot. It does damage. Oh, no, it does no damage. This is the.
No, this does no damage. I don't know where my DC is.
I think for this one, if I look at the change I made for the update on the gunslinger, let me go ahead and check real fast. Stay with me, folks.
Oh.
Is this gun called Little Sparky?
It's the arms you said, right?
Hands, yeah.
Yeah, actually no, I did not change this one. He doesn't get a saving throw. He drops it, no damage. So as Keyleth is on the ground being hacked by this glaive, he lifts up again for another brutal strike, and this echoing blast sound hits as the glaive is knocked out of his hands.
I just go to my earpiece and I go, "Thank you, Percy."
Are we gonna go with that discussion we had about the torso shot, or are we dropping that for now? Dropping it for now. I'm totally okay. Totally okay. In that case, I'm just gonna take two sharpshooter shots to drag him down a little bit.
Okay.
That's 20, 18, 19, 20, 27 to hit.
27 hits.
That does, oh god, new gun. There we are. That's 22 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Yeah, a little Sparky.
And that's 17 to hit.
17 to hit, yep.
Yeah.
Just hits.
And that's 23 points of damage.
All right.
And that's all she wrote.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah!
Wait, keep him alive.
I don't think we have a chance now.
Oh, we do.
Fucking dick. He deserves it.
Lady Briarwood alive. Shut up her own.
I want to take both of those shots and try and graze his collarbones with both those shots. It'll heal, but he's going to have a really hard time lifting his arms for like the next couple months.
Okay. So with those shots, a splash of blood with bits of splintered bone come shooting out of the half-plate armor that he's been wearing as the metal itself kind of blows open from the impact of the first blast. With the glaive still clinking to the ground behind him and him reacting, the first impact sends him back and he leans up against the wall, looks up to see the source of the impact, looks into your eyes for a second, and before he has a moment of reaction, the second blast comes out, shattering the other part of the clavicle. You can now see the armor sundered on each shoulder and blood beginning to pour over the sides of where the armor has been torn. He kind of slumps to the ground.
You're lucky, it'll even heal.
Do what you must. But I am his blood. His dominion will call back. Call me back when everything else has fallen into nothing.
Are you talking about
Nope.
Vecna? Are you talking about Vecna? I say yes.
Oh yeah, that didn't go very well. I'm afraid you might be out of luck.
Yes.
We got about 50 more minutes in here. What say we drag this asshole out of here?
Grog, tie him up, and let's get you. Do you need?
Yeah, Keela kind of gets up and bleeding.
Pike!
On my mouth, and I just take him and I grab him by his face, and I just say, "Fucking traitor," and I spit a big glob of blood in his face.
And she's the nice one.
It's true.
I'll pick him up, I'll put him over my shoulder, and we start to walk out of the hall we want to.
And I'm gonna heal Keyleth.
Okay. He's in the process of you tying him up and jostling over. He falls pretty much nearly unconscious. He's fading in and out of consciousness right now. And every now and then you feel like a little chuckle come out of him on your shoulder. And then passes out again.
I pick up the glaive also.
Okay.
Wait, what was I at? Calculus. 30.
All right.
What I
Heal up 30
Yeah.
points.
Hey, that's
Oh, that's very good.
That's almost a number. Well done.
All right, so
Double digits.
what do you do now?
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right. With Daxio over
Beautiful.
your shoulder, you guys quickly head back into the hallway, emptied. The doorway still lies open where you guys left it. And
Got that piece of chalk, and in Thieves' Cant, I'm gonna write on the wall, much appreciated, Uriel sends his regards, V.
all right.
And leave.
Okay. And close the door behind you.
Do we want to check those other rooms?
No.
Oh, what about the room he was in?
No.
What do you mean no? What if he had stuff to travel with?
I'll
That's
do
true,
a-
he had a lot
I'll
of
do
money
quick
with him.
Rummage of it.
Yeah.
I'll do a quick
Make
rummage
it
of
quick,
it.
make it
Very
quick.
quick.
All right.
Backs and person.
Make a investigation check.
I'm gonna hang out by the door. I'm gonna let him hang out.
I'm an idiot, so I'm going to roll a 6.
I'm gonna
I'm
wedge
gonna
the door
go
open.
in and do it too.
Can I wedge the door open or something?
20.
Try to
Right.
save
Wedge it
one.
You guys take a few more moments. Thankfully, there's no real pressure. You have plenty of time going forward. You guys go through the room. Underneath his bed, up inside the actual wooden frame of the bed itself.
That's very clever.
In part of the cushion,
How
you
cute.
feel there is a large sack of something. You pull it out from underneath,
I'll
and
hang on to that. I need it.
I'm sure you do, but you lost yours, so I'm gonna
You've
hold on
proven
to
to
it
be
for you.
irresponsible.
Quickly.
I have had the most money of all of us.
People, let's go. Let's clear the
Take
building,
it.
please.
Let's go.
it contains. I'll say for the sake of you probably counting it as you go up the stairs because you're vexed. 3,002 gold pieces.
I'm back to normal.
No, you're not, because it's.
I found it.
Party
I know, but
gold.
we took it away from you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did.
You
Yes,
didn't
we
even
did.
find it.
We saw you.
Excuse
find
me,
it, we
no
took it
interest
away
in the
from
other rooms, or shall we leave?
you. Let's just go.
We're outstaying our welcome. Let's go.
All right, you guys head back up the stairway, leading back into the storage room outside of the kitchen. How are you going to proceed from the kitchen?
I was just saying, are the
Finder's fee?
We could set it on fire.
1,000.
the cooks are back in the kitchen?
If you glance around and look, you can listen, and you do hear the sound of like pots and various.
What
other
the fuck are the
utensils
cooks
being
gonna do?
We're on the
Let's go.
fucking council.
Come
I
on.
know, let's just walk.
Yeah, I mean, what are we gonna do now? Oh well, hang on. Are we about to walk through a very crowded bar?
No, we're not.
There's
We're
a
gonna
door
go
out
through
to
the
the
alley
alley.
where Trinket is waiting.
Oh,
we can
the
toss him over
alley.
Trinket's back
Kitchen
and then
alley.
walk on up.
We just
I'll
walk
even
through the
lead the
kitchen.
way.
You
Yeah.
guys head up to the kitchen as you guys come stomping up in succession, carrying the bleeding and unconscious Daxio on the back. The younger gentleman who's working in the kitchen, who's like in the middle of cooking something with a large cast iron pan, goes, you can't be in here!
Back to your food.
Fucking souffle.
And my compliments to the chef. Good night.
And with that, you guys head back into the alleyway. Trinket eagerly
Hey, darling.
licks your face,
Yes. Could you do us a favor and carry him?
comes up to you and kind of nudges you to place the bets.
I tell them, I'll catch up, guys. I have to say goodbye to my mates.
Hurry.
All right, and as you guys
Frisk him while we're waiting.
I like it. Can I dig in his pockets?
digging in his pockets, you find a strange holy symbol that appears to be a skull that is missing the left side of its face.
Can I do a
I love the opera.
religion check on
Yeah,
it?
go for it.
15.
15. Based on the conversations you have at the party and the seeming subtle rise of worshippers of Vecna intertwined with the Whitestone scenario, this is a symbol of Vecna.
Okay.
It's not a holy symbol per se, more than it's just some sort of a token or some sort of a... it has a purpose that isn't magical.
It is magic?
It is not
It's
magical.
not.
So while you're doing that, Scanlan, you head back into the tavern, and in the time that's passed, you can see now your band with Dr. Dreskel. They're all gathered together, and they're finishing up their drinks, and it looks like they're ready to go ahead and find their way out on the town for the evening. And as soon as you walk into the room, they all kind of look over.
Scanlan! Good to see you, friend.
Hi. Sorry, I disappeared there for a while. I just got a little distracted. Just wanted to say it was wonderful running into you. If you'll be around for another week, you said?
Another week, yes.
Well, our paths may cross again, and if you know or can ask around where Grayskull Keep is, come pay us a visit. I would love to talk to you about the past and history and your travels and mine, all right?
All right. Grayskull Keep, you say?
Well, it's actually called Grayskull Embassy now.
You're an ass. I'll see you at your keep.
And I turn to, what is her name, Kaylee?
Kaylee, who is already behind you.
Oh.
And as you turn, she goes,
Riskel Keep, is it?
Yes, it is. My room's on the second floor.
all right.
Playing the long game already.
You step out of the tavern, meet with the rest of your allies, and as the sun sets on the distant western sky over Emon, Vox Machina makes its way back to its keep with its current quarry. We'll end it for tonight.
We're taking it to Uriel, right?
Just as a minor detail, as we're walking, almost like a magic trick, I want to grab my cloak and yank it off Pike and wrap it up and put it into my pocket.
Okay.
And we're taking it to Uriel. We're taking him to Uriel.
The
right?
flowers are still standing.
Just in case I might have to leave again.
We're not taking him to Archie. We're taking him
Going
to
to the keep or are you
Uriel.
going to Uriel?
We're to Uriel.
We gotta take this guy to Uriel.
Yeah.
We gotta jump off our
straight to
track.
Uriel.
And you make a quick turn and start heading back towards the top district. And that's where we'll end it for the evening.
Walk up into the sunset, credits roll, they turn right.
Oh shit, forgot.
Freeze frame.
2,600 gold to get some booty. I like it.
in.
I like it.
Back in.
Oh, we
We're
didn't
like
get to talk
500 or
about your
600 ahead
sword.
now.
No, never had an opportunity to discuss it.
Nope, haven't fed him yet.
We'll just have to Skype in next week.
I feel like such a bad person.
I might be able to. Actually.
What?
Again, that'd be
Don't
awesome.
make me talk to him because it won't go well.
No. Well, we just didn't get a chance to talk to you about a sword. Oh, shit.
Well, cool. Back in the swing of things. Our first game of the year. Got some story beats completed and some other mysteries put in there. It was a fun little step into Scanlan's old world too. That was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scanlan backstory.
I want to get some more into that.
and we're dropping
Oh,
shit.
popcorn down.
Just drop it.
So next week we're doing Christmas next week.
Yeah, we're doing Christmas next week. So be ready for that. Come watch us. See how the new year has in store. Looks like we've got some great possible charity gifts coming. I'm excited to see what those are. Well, all right then. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves out and sleeping for tomorrow morning.
And sleeping.
Sleeping.
Thank you guys for coming and taking with us. We'll see you next week. And
Yeah.
See you guys.